KIRO-FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2, and YouTube. Good to be back with all you guys. Brock will be in at 7. I think he was getting off the plane last night at 1 in the morning or something. So who knows if he's even home yet. He
went on a 10-day vacation.
Seriously.
So I don't feel bad for him either way.
He
should be rested.
Yeah, but he should have taken today off. That's a sketchy move. Get in super, super late after a whole week off, and then
What Brock always does.
I know he's
like, I flew here this weekend, and then I drove 10 hours here, and then I'm getting back super late.
And he always manages, even though he finds these bizarre routes to get home. I don't know. It's always a little bit confusing, but Brock will, we think, be in at 7. It's good to be back with you guys after a week off myself. I will say I almost don't even want to tell you where I was because it felt like a secret. Like if more people knew about it, they'd all be there.
Oh, I think I said where you were.
Oh, you did? I think I did too. But Kelowna, man. Kelowna. Wow. Kelowna, British Columbia. Just awesome. It was only 5 hours from here. Absolutely accurately described to me ahead of time as kind of a comp, like a mix of Bend and Chelan. And I totally get it. It was absolutely just gorgeous. Huge lake, Okanagan weather, tons of restaurants and stuff in town. Really good food. We were there for Canada Day, Maura, so we got to see fireworks show on the lake. That was great, and then made it back for my favorite fireworks show on July 3rd, the Mariners fireworks show, which was better than ever this year. I think it might have been the best one they've done. So that was awesome. Love getting a chance to see the big fireworks. Better than, as I've mentioned before, and I didn't get a chance to give my yearly rant about how crappy home fireworks are. Just the stupidest thing in the world.
I actually tried to go back to last year because we were doing a best of show and I was going to put it in there. But then I realized you were off last year too.
Oh, son of a gun.
I think you maybe did it early, but our log didn't go back
I forgot
that far.
this year. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I was just reading about the injuries this year at Harborview. 24 hand injuries, 13 eye injuries.
Oh my God, you came with
10
stats.
other bodily injuries and 21 involving multiple areas. So that's 31 plus 24, 55 plus another 13, 68 injuries with at-home fireworks. 68? And I'm sure a lot of those were bad. I'm just saying, it's not worth it for dumb. And then it was even better to put that rant on Twitter because then you got to figure out who to block. That was awesome. Oh, and mute and goodbye mute. All right. So that's what I've been doing. I have had a just tremendous week. Hanging with the kids a ton, seeing live shows. Yesterday, managed to see both opera and classical music down at Seattle Center for free, which was cool. They had a whole classical music day. Really, really fun. Went down with Avery. And then saw Wolfmother last night. Honestly, one of the best shows I've ever seen. They were incredible. Wolfmother. You probably know Joker and Thief. They play it at a lot of sporting events. Certainly at hockey games. Anyway, so I did that last night. They were at the Showbox. So I pulled my own version of a Brock, getting home a little late after going to a show last night. But while I was gone, the Mariners were kind of the Mariners. They did their thing where they lose games where you stare at the game. You're like, I don't know how you lose that game. That last game in Cleveland's an atrocity. Absolute atrocity. You watch it, you're just like, wait, what? You lost that game? Just unbelievable. Just an absolutely horrendous loss, finishing off a horrendous road trip. And, once again, the temptation is to be, this team is done. This team has a problem. This team is whatever whatever version of the, season's over rant you prefer, it's super tempting when you watch games and road trips like that one, right? How could you not? You watch that game, you're like, this team is irreparably broken. And then they come home and they just, win 5 out of 6. No problem. Sweep the Angels. Take 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays. Outscore them, 15-2 in the process? Like, don't make it, do not, whatever you do with this Mariner team, whatever you do, and we should know this because of the last 2, 3, 4, 6 years, whatever it's been now, do not make any sort of a definitive statement about who they are beyond what they are right now. Because it may very well not be true tomorrow, the day after, a week after, a month later. They are a very, very difficult team to get a handle on, right? It's like trying to grab a slippery fish. Every time you think you know what they are, every time you think they've declared who they are, they find a way to go in a completely different direction. I mean, there are a couple things that I think we do know. I mean, they're Pythagorean. I don't know if you look at stuff like, you care about their Pythagorean. That essentially looks at what their record should be based on how many runs they've scored versus runs allowed. They should be like 2 wins better than they are, right? They are 47-44 coming off of the 5 out of 6 homestand. They should be 49-42. So that's, they should be 2 wins better. What do you account for? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an amalgamation of things, right? It's luck, it's timing, it's decision making, probably managerial more than anything else. It's when some of your biggest moments have occurred, right? So there's probably a clutch element to it. But I mean, I think that's relevant. If they just played up to their potential, just not even their potential. If they just played their like the same games but moved around when they made some of their mistakes versus when they had some of their successes, they'd be 7 games over 500, and we'd be sitting here like, yeah, 49-42, pretty good. I mean, as it is, they've been kind of hovering about around this 500 mark. You get a couple games over after getting to play the Angels, who, by the way, are an absolute atrocity. That team should be sent. What is it they do in soccer? What do they call it?
Relegation.
They relegate them. Somebody should relegate the Angels. They should have to play in the Pacific Coast League. What an atrocity of an organization. Can you tell me the last time the Angels had a prospect that was good that worked out? I couldn't think of one.
There's
Trout.
the one big one, yeah.
I mean, that's been 2 decades. When was the last time the Angels had a good prospect that was actually good?
Was Zach Neto in their farm system? He's all right.
He's okay.
He's not good, though, but he's like the picture of that. It's like just a guy. He's an okay guy.
Dude, they're awful. And just horribly managed. What a terrible team. But they showed up on your schedule at the absolute perfect time. The absolute perfect time. So I'm not going to make any more definitive statements today. I don't know any more about the Mariners today than I did when I left. They confound me with the ups and the downs. I still believe that buried inside of all of that is a pretty good baseball team because I look at it and I see the talent. Right? I don't think Cal Raleigh's going to hit 160 all year long. He might. But I don't think he's going to. I think Julio still has more in the tank that we haven't seen. I think Josh Naylor still has more than we've seen because I've seen it in the past. Right now, he's still a negative WAR player. And I don't think that's how he's going to end the year. So, I look at it, and I still think Brendan Donovan's going to contribute this year. Could be wrong. He's going to start that rehab assignment tomorrow. I think there's all of that still to come. They just haven't played up to their potential. And to me, that starts with the biggest guys on the team. Some of those names I just mentioned. I mean, we can sit here and debate Rob Refsnyder and, the guys on the margins. Fine. All right. Some have been better than others. but I still think the best baseball is to come for the Mariners, presuming they can just get out of their own way. Just stop tripping all over yourself. Just get out of your own way and allow the, incredibly talented guys on this team to go, be talented. Jeez. Anyway, so that's what's going on there. I've heard there's also a soccer tournament continuing. There's 2 more weeks of this thing. Unbelievable, including an enormous game tonight here in Seattle. I know everyone's been waiting for me to tell you all about it. I will do so as part of Need to Know next.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks. Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, yeah, it grows fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer. Food in your cart and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FUTURE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FUTURE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FUTURE to borrow up to $10,000.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota Brenton or online at toyotabrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this summer's festivities at T-Mobile Park. After the All-Star break, the Mariners are back in town for a West Coast showdown against the San Francisco Giants, July 17th to 19th, including 2000's Fireworks Night on Friday the 17th, presented by T-Mobile. Get your tickets and check out the full lineup at mariners.com.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. At Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, we've been serving the East Side for more than 24 years. We love serving our guests and creating wonderful memories. We also love serving the community, from local schools to amazing organizations like HopeLink, the American Cancer Society, Bellevue LifeSpring, and so many more. I want to thank you, our guests, for supporting Sea Star all these years, making it possible for us to serve and help those in need. Thank you. SeaStarRestaurant.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, nothing like wrapping up a 5-1 homestand with a second straight shutout yesterday. That's exactly what the Mariners did. Emerson Hancock going 7 tremendous innings as the Mariners win their second straight series.
Hancock set. He deals. Swung on, hard ground ball up the middle. Right there, Cole Young behind the bag at second. Flips it to first to get the out. And Emerson Hancock has done it. 7 scoreless innings against the Toronto Blue Jays on just 2 hits. Dynamite all day for the Mariners. A standing ovation from Mariner fans behind the first base dugout. They are going wild for Emerson Hancock. A gorgeous outing on a gorgeous day here in Seattle.
Yeah, I was listening to that live, so that's the second time I've heard that call, and Gary nailed it. I mean, it was a beautiful day. It was just a beautiful outing, and congrats to him. Bounce back after a couple of games where you're starting to wonder, is he going to need some time off or something? No, Emerson was just fine.
No question. I thought that the bounce back really started in Cleveland. I thought, that was an exceptional outing too, and, this one followed that one up. And, I think even today, as he got into the 6th, 7th inning, a walk here, but he was able to pick himself up, get a ground ball, get the double play. It didn't defeat him at all. He just kept, and that's what what I keep saying is they've been on the attack. They've stayed on the attack, and that's what sets this group apart. And that's what we need to continue to do.
Yeah, not quite the blowout that they had on Saturday, but there was a little bit of offense. Mitch Garver taking care of most of it.
The 2-2. Swung on, crossed, left field, hammered, on its way, it is gone! Into Edgar's, Mitch Garver, a 2-run home run. A laser of a homer, and the Mariners lead 3-0 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, that was 3-0. They got to 4-0. That was the final, so they outscored the Blue Jays 15-2 in the 3 games. Not bad, especially with Julio sidelined on the concussion list for another couple days. Hopefully some good news on the horizon here. Brendan Donovan scheduled to start his rehab stint tomorrow, so I think the hope is that he should be ready to join the team sometime, after the All-Star break, but hopefully not too long after the All-Star break. They get a day off tomorrow and then a 3rd straight trip to the East Coast. Pretty brutal. I'm not making an excuse for them, but that's 3 straight trips they get all the way to the Eastern time zone. This time they go to Miami, then Tampa to finish off the first half. I would say this is a big road trip for them. I would like to see what they look like. 3 against a decent Miami team that certainly has played good ball recently, and then a Tampa squad that's been a little up and down, but 2 competent baseball teams on the road to finish out the first half. Yeah, I would definitely like to see if the Mariners can go out there and actually win 4 out of those 6 games.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, it's time tonight for Seattle to shine on the world stage. The WWE brings its, the FIFA brings its World Cup here to Seattle. It's a little confusing, what with the appeals and the people at the top pulling the strings to get exactly what they want. Sorry, I just got a little confused. U.S. soccer team, though, will take on Belgium. Trip to the quarterfinals on the line. If they win, they will equal the best run in U.S. men's soccer history, as you know, and they will face either Spain or Portugal. That match starts today at noon. In the meantime, they will have their star player after all. I looked up his name so I would get it right. Folarin Balogun?
Yes.
All right.
Folarin, I think.
I looked it up. It said Folarin.
All right.
Folarin Balogun. He had his red card suspended by FIFA yesterday, and now they're appealing the suspension. So in theory, he's playing tonight, but maybe Belgium will have more influence than the president will. I don't know. The president, the guy who won the first ever FIFA Peace Prize, made a call to the FIFA president who had given him that prize, and somehow they were able to work out a deal, I guess, where now the guy's going to play. It's a little weird.
And I'm of the train of thought that it's not a red card in real time, but with what we see, can you reverse it? And it's not even in the rules to allow it to be reversed. This is unprecedented. This is literally them making the rules up as they go. So I repeat, if you're an American fan, you should feel glorious right now because you get your best goal scorer back, and he could literally be the X factor to advancing to the next round. If you're anybody but a U.S. men's national team fan, this feels off. It feels like the host nation is gaining a favor here.
I mean, yeah, but, whatever. It's just soccer. England beats Mexico last night. I guess that was a big game. And Norway beat Brazil. The guy that looks like a Viking had a big goal or two. So that's all I got. You guys know what's going on, and I'm not going to pretend like I've watched, paid attention, or anything along those lines. I haven't. I'm sorry.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Mariners have not exactly played great baseball first half of the season, and the all-star selections kind of bear that out. No Cal, no Julio, not one member of the vaunted pitching staff. Instead, it's just Randy Arozarena who will represent Seattle in Philadelphia on the 14th.
The stretch and the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a drive deep to left field. Going and going. Grandma, get out the right bread and mustard. It is grand salami time. Randy Arozarena clears the bases. His 9th home run of the season.
That away, Rick. That's a good one. He's hitting 280. Over 280. He's got an OPS over 800. The numbers are there. He's got the name recognition. He's made 2 of these all-star games already. And honestly, the Mariners would be pretty screwed if he wasn't having the kind of season that he is. He's kind of helped them hang in there throughout this year. So good on Randy. The player with the best case to be a snub is probably Cole Young. He's hit as well as Cleveland second baseman Travis Bazzana, rather, and I would say he's been a lot better in the field. The players chose Bazzana, though. That was a player's choice, so I don't know what you can do about that. Maybe next year. Cool to see a couple of big promotions on the farm last night. Laz Montes, the big fella, and Michael Arroyo are both headed to Tacoma. Montes, by the way, 25 home runs. He's got an OPS well over 900. Hitting in a pitcher's park. Pretty impressive. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yes, we'll talk more about tonight. It is obviously a really, really cool night here in Seattle. My biggest problem is after tonight, they're going to have to close I-5 again, which stinks. That's been the best part of this World Cup is having I-5 open. Unbelievable. Just, you can cruise right through the center of town without hours of backup. But that's going to end. So
I don't know. I don't experience that because I drive the other way, so I don't think it exists.
Well, it does.
That's the Mike Salk.
I know. You get mad when I say
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no
much
traffic. There hasn't been any issue with the construction.
Yeah. All right. Come on, Salk. Do better with your clips about the World Cup. This happened in the previous World Cup with Rinaldo. It's not unprecedented. I don't know. I'm not going to do better. More gives me clips on Salk. You think I've heard of Hercules Gomez? I don't even know who the guy is. He's commenting on soccer. I don't know anything about this, but it sure looks dumb. That's all I'm going to say is it looks really, really bad. And FIFA has a horrific reputation to begin with. So when you put all those things together, by the way, is the U.S. going to have to play anybody good at any point? Like, isn't that part of this also? Their draws, like, they haven't played a real soccer country yet.
I mean, Paraguay just got eliminated.
They play the winner of Spain and Portugal.
All right, so finally after this, they'll play like their first real soccer country. No Argentina, no Brazil, no France, no,
Brazil got eliminated.
I know
there's been upsets,
but they haven't played any of the like real soccer countries. Bosnia, like that's who you play in the I don't know, like.
Some of the real soccer countries, or what you would say are real, have been eliminated. There's been like I said.
Now, but the U.S. didn't have to play any of them. That's sort of my point. Like I know that some of them get eliminated. They have to play each other. I don't know. Just feels like they're kind of feels like things were like strings were pulled and things were put in place.
I don't think so.
For this team to get to where they are. Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. I don't really know. Maybe
Argentina
I'm wrong.
almost lost to Cape Verde.
I know. I'm not saying that good teams can't lose. I'm just surprised that the U.S. hasn't had to play any of those.
I think everybody that's left is pretty good at this point.
All right. Well, I thought they'd have to play like some Blue Bloods or something at some point.
They will if they advance.
All right. Well, I as I said, I don't really know. I'm not I'm not an expert, and I haven't watched any of it, but I know that people are very into it. So that's my attempt to talk about it. Maura, why don't you take us through the weekend? We'll do that next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Mike Salk here, and you don't do this, right? You don't go into your crawl space. You don't go into your attic, right? Nobody does that. I certainly don't. Most homeowners completely avoid those areas, but that doesn't mean you should or that it's, look, it's important. You got to check on those spots regularly. The good news is you don't have to go in there. Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. You call Crawl Pros. They'll come into your house just like they did at mine, and they will head into your crawl space. They'll head into your attic. They'll go digging around with a flashlight and figure out what's really going on in there, and then you can hopefully fix problems if you got them. They are great at that. Whether it's water or toxic mold, rodent intrusion, and especially insulation. To me, that's a big one, right? Your furnace, your air conditioning don't have to work overtime once you get the insulation in your house all sorted out. Right now, local utility companies incentivize homeowners as well to make their home more energy efficient with proper insulation. So here's what you do. You call Crawl Pros. They come out. They check out the crawl space and attic. And if there's a problem with the insulation, they will help you figure out which rebates you qualify for. Pretty cool. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by tax relief advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Wise Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Make this the summer you start to relax and feel better right in your own home. During our All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event, enjoy liberating savings on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna, with up to 3 years to pay for it interest-free. A soak or swim under the stars, a sauna after a long day. Celebrate feeling better today. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. Need a lift? In your business, equipment downtime is not an option. With parts in stock and factory-trained mobile technicians, Levitt Machinery is here to get your business back up and running. From forklifts to telehandlers, aerial lifts to track loaders. Trust Levitt Machinery to lift you back up and get your equipment back to work. Because at Levitt Machinery, if it's forked, we fix it. LevittMachinery.com. Give us a call today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Brock Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right. Tell Salk to shut up. Can someone tell Salk real quick how tournaments work? I know how tournaments work. It just seems like, I mean, they draw these tournaments up, right? And the pools and all that, like it just kind of feels like
but people get eliminated along the way.
I understand that people get eliminated. It just seems odd that the U.S. has had such a cushy run to where they are without
White, who we've played she was on the U.S. women's team a while back, and she said they drew the harder side of the
really
bracket. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I take it back. I guess they've really earned it then. Okay. It seems like they've played a bunch of countries that don't even really, have anything. So I was surprised. I've never really heard of any of the countries they've played so far. Australia, Turkey being like particularly good at soccer. So it seems like maybe, an organization that is perfectly willing to do whatever it needs to set everything up the way they want it has done that here to help out the U.S. while they're the host country. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Heard of Cape Verde before because this is their first year even qualifying.
Right.
They gave Argentina a match, one of the best that we've seen so far.
I know. I understand that teams that aren't necessarily expected to be good can be good. I was surprised that the U.S. hasn't had to play any of the teams that we generally expect
It's not
to
over
be
yet
good.
because, as you said, it's still going to continue for longer than you would like.
I understand that it continues. Yes, I understand. All right. What did I miss this weekend, Maura?
All right, well, we'll start with baseball since you're loving the soccer so much.
No, tell me more about the soccer.
I've got some in here.
Was there any 0-0?
No, they can't because it's elimination now, so okay.
Oh, it can't end at 0-0?
No.
I don't know. The way those guys miss kicks in penalty kicks, it could. How do you miss a penalty kick? 4 out of 10? Sorry. Go on.
Again, you saw one game and just assume that that's how they all go.
I didn't even see a whole game. I saw some penalty kicks, and I was blown away that people would miss that many kicks.
Well, Lefko was getting in trouble with the listeners last week for hating penalty kicks.
Well, it's stupid.
He has kind of your hockey view.
It's stupid. How do you...
It's exciting.
It's exciting in a regular season game, in a knockout game. How in the world can you end by, like, who has, like, one skill?
It's pretty much like you hand-selected someone to have the exact same soccer and then, like, penalty kick shootout.
But it's stupid.
He was saying all of this stuff while you were gone.
It is legitimately stupid.
I don't have a problem.
I don't know how you don't play until someone
wins.
wins.
But also, he's like you and doesn't like soccer. I'm like, why are you trying to change rules of a sport you
That's
don't even
a good
care
point.
about?
I
Like,
don't care.
I think the penalty kicks are fun, but
I think it's a good way to make sure the sport ends. Make the game end. Absolutely. End the game.
my God.
Whatever you've got to do. In fact, go from 10 penalty kicks to 2. One apiece. Do one. If it's 50-50, go ahead. Let one guy kick. If he makes it, you win. If he misses, you lose. That's fine. I'm into that.
All right, I'm going to start with baseball. We got news before Friday's game that Julio Rodriguez would be heading to the IL with a concussion after being hit in the head with a throw while running the bases Thursday night. He has still been around the team. Hopefully, that will be a quick recovery for him.
The Angels are so bad they can't even throw to a base. They can't even throw to second base properly without hitting Julio in the back of the head. They're a danger to everybody. They're a danger to themselves, their fans, and the other team. They stink so badly at baseball, they took out Julio. Then they put Robles in, they took out Robles. And it's not like they're trying, they're just horrific. They're just a horrific, horrific team. Absolutely embarrassing.
Yes, okay. Things got off to a strange
I can't
start.
believe they selected the Angels to play the Mariners. It feels like corruption.
Things got off to a strange start Friday when Randy Arozarena decided to challenge 2 strike calls in his first at-bat and lost both of those challenges, leaving the M's without any for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Here was Aaron Goldsmith's reaction to both.
Randy is challenging this. It does not look like it will go especially well for him. ABS powered by T-Mobile.
Seattle has 1 challenge remaining.
So the Mariners down to 1 challenge. He locked him up at 97. Oh my! This is not good. I mean, this is a possible game changer in a very bad way for the Mariners. Randy uses both challenges, right, and uses them up. 2 batters into the Mariners' first inning.
It's just hard to comprehend what was going through his mind. He's the first player to do this.
First hitter. Didn't we see the catcher for Atlanta do it when he first returned? Was it Drake Baldwin? Maybe not. It was someone. It was in Atlanta. The Mariners went there, and the catcher was just back from the IL, and he did the same thing. He used them both up at the beginning of the game.
At least you're doing that on someone's behalf, though. Like, I feel like the catcher is like, you have a different line of vision. Like, he's doing this because he thinks for himself that it's wrong. Yeah, it was an interesting choice. I know Brock was very upset about it.
He was. I don't know. That one didn't bother. I mean, like, it's dumb, but you get shut out. Cal goes like 0 for 100 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, you just wonder if it set a tone. It was a kind of a.
It was funny at the end of the game. There was a call that Cal got really, really mad about on a strike call that he ended up, I think, striking out on the at bat. And just knowing the history of what happened at the WBC and all that, you had to wonder what was running through Cal's head. But I'm sure he's not going to say anything because he has 2 hits since coming back from the IL. I don't think he's in a position to be commenting. I don't know. Randy's been their best player this year. If he had a bad first inning challenge thing, that stinks. Team got shut out. That wasn't the reason they lost that night. I was there. It was a great
I get
night.
what Brock's saying. It feels a little selfish.
A little bit.
Because it's like, I don't like that call, so I'm just going to do this, even though I know we should probably save them. But, yeah, there were a lot of issues in this game, like you said. In the third inning, Luis Castillo got into some trouble, allowing a single and a double before recording the first out on a sac bunt. He then gave up another pair of singles before getting the final 2 outs, so the Blue Jays took a 2-0 lead.
Yeah.
Dylan Cease pitched 7 scoreless innings with 9 strikeouts for Toronto.
He was really good. So I was at the game. I went to that game because I love going to the July 3rd fireworks games, and it was awesome. And Dylan Cease was unreal. We had pretty good seats, and he was untouchable. I mean, the changeup was nasty. The fastball was good. The slider, the curveball, like he could throw any pitch on any count and make it work. He was awesome. I know that it's easy to give the Mariners grief and, tip your cap. He was that good. They were not great themselves. I'm not letting them off the hook. They didn't play particularly well, but he was tremendous in that game.
Yeah, the 2 runs that Castillo gave up ended up being enough because the Mariners were shut out 2-0.
Pretty good on Luis, too. I mean, those were early, what was that, second or third inning, and it looked like his pitch count was going to get out of control and wasn't going to make it through 5, and instead, he ends up doing the Luis special, 6 innings, 2 runs, and kind of saves the bullpen and gives everybody an opportunity in the rest of the series. Good on him, man. Good on Luis. I thought that ended up being a pretty good gutsy start for him.
Yeah. Saturday, the M's did basically the same thing they did the previous week and decided to unpiggyback Logan Gilbert and Emerson Hancock after.
It was a conscious uncoupling.
Yes. They planned for the duo to start most of the week. The change did not seem to impact Logan Gilbert negatively, as he struck out 7 through 7 1/3 scoreless innings. The Mariners offense decided to bring their own fireworks for this one. Robles got it started with an RBI single in the second, and then 3 batters later, Randy might have made you upset the night before, but then he does this.
The stretch and the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a drive. Deep to left field. Going and going. Grandma, get out the rye bread and mustard. It is grand salami time. Randy Arozarena clears the bases. His 9th home run of the season. Holy smokes. And the Mariners have a 5-0 lead over the Blue Jays.
I mean, it's only the bottom of the second, and that game felt kind of won at that point. That gave the Mariners a 5-0 lead, and they just keep tacking them on from there. Canzone hit a 2-run shot in the 5th. He added an RBI single in the 6th, and then Cal came up with a 3-run bomb.
The 2-1 swung on. High, deep drive. It's a moonshot. Right field line. It is gone. Off the facing of the Hit It Here Cafe. Cal Raleigh, 3-run home run. An absolute blast. It is all Mariners. 11-0. Fireworks all day long on July 4th for the M's.
I like that. Did you hear the whoa at the beginning of that?
Yeah. It's like the old Blowers deal. Whoa. What was Blowers say? Was it oh boy? Is that what he used to say? Oh boy. Pretty funny. Look, Cal needed a home run.
Yes.
And kind of waiting for, he had another hit yesterday, so hopefully it's the beginning of, look, Cal's always been streaky. That's what made last year so bizarre. Well, one of many things, but Cal's always been go on a tear and then struggle for a few days, and then go on a tear and then struggle. When even in the minors, he would put together these weeks of hey, he hit 4 or 5 home runs this week. Okay, Cal Raleigh's unbelievable. And then you wouldn't hear about him for a month while he was, kind of flailing away a little bit. And then all of a sudden, it's 7 more home runs from Cal. That's kind of always been who he was until last year when he was just so consistent. So I'm hoping that we can get, Cal going, and all of a sudden you get one of those weeks where he has 5 or 6 home runs, and then it's 12 in a month, and the next thing you know, the Mariners have put together a little win streak, and all of the ups and downs of the first half of this season will kind of be forgotten at that point. That's my hope. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, because I don't have any idea what this team's going to do.
This is kind of how it feels like they win. Either you get amazing pitching performances, which they had some of in these 2 series, or it seems like a bunch of guys hit home runs and you blow a team out, and they actually got a good pitching performance too. But yeah, I'd still, you want to see that power come back for Cal, and even Julio. He had a little bit of a down month with that. But I'd still like to see them rack up some runs when they're not hitting home runs. We haven't seen a ton of that. Cole Wilcox closed out the final 1 2/3 innings with no runs, no walks, and a strikeout. So the M's win that one 11-0. Sunday, the unpiggybacking continued to go well with Emerson Hancock tossing 7 scoreless innings, giving up just 2 hits. I think I saw Lefko post this over the weekend, but I looked it up and double-checked. Every Mariner starter to pitch in the Angels and Blue Jays series, so back to June 29th, delivered a quality start.
Yeah. Thank God they uncoupled. Seriously, like, if you had wasted that start, like, by the time Logan was through 5 innings, they were already up, 7-0 or something like that? Like, if you had taken Logan out and then wasted a start from Colt Emerson, okay, yeah, he still could have given you 4 Emerson Hancock. He still could have given you 4 shutout innings, and all right, you win the game, and maybe the next guy up has as good a start yesterday, but I don't know, like, I don't like the piggyback all that much. I like the flexibility that I guess it gives them, but to me, you're wasting good innings and putting yourself in a challenge. Good on them for just moving away from it.
Like
it worked out better.
they're deciding that they don't either, that they'd prefer a 6-man rotation, which I'm not sure why they didn't just go with that, but I give them credit for, not being rigid in it. And
the flexibility of it seems to be its best feature.
The Mariners got to Savage a bit in the third with Cal Raleigh driving Robles in on a sac fly for a 1-0 lead. Then Mitch Garver hit a 2-run shot in the fourth to extend that to 3-1. Naylor tacked on one more with an RBI single in the eighth, and Spire and Munoz closed it out. That extended the streak of 24 scoreless innings for the bullpen. Give them a shout out as well with all the injuries. They are persevering. Quite well.
Yeah, and against the Angels, you can be like, whatever. They don't have any good players in their lineup. Yeah. But against the Blue Jays, look, that team has struggled. They're not what they were last year, but there's a lot of good hitters still. As you go up and down that lineup, there's still a lot of good hitters. So what they did this weekend, I thought was impressive. That's a really good series win for them over a team that, no, it's not perfect, and they're not playing as well as they did last year. But there's still some pretty good players on that Toronto team.
All right, we'll do a little soccer.
Okay. What I miss?
Cape Verde's storybook run in the 2026 World Cup came to an end Friday, but they gave Argentina quite the challenge. They came back and tied this one up twice, once in extra time, but Argentina would lock this one up after an attempt to block a Christian Romero header resulted in an own goal by Cape Verde's Dani Borges.
Messi, outswinger, good area, it's a goal! Argentina retake the lead! Romero to lead the celebrations!
This was Cape Verde's first time qualifying for the World Cup, and they're the smallest nation to ever make it to the knockout round. So it was pretty cool to see that they were kind of treated like heroes, even though they didn't win. Like, there was a huge parade when they returned home.
Oh, yeah, I saw everyone lined up at the airstrip there.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
Argentina advances to the round of 16, where they will face Egypt on Tuesday.
Okay.
France defeated Paraguay 1-0 Saturday with a penalty kick from Kylian Mbappe. They now head to the quarterfinals, and their opponent will be Morocco, who defeated Canada 3-0 on Saturday.
France and Morocco. Sounds like a pretty good battle.
I like how you don't know, but that one sounds good to you. Did you see any, like, was Canada all in on the World Cup? Oh, you were gone by then.
I was in Canada. No, I didn't see anybody watching. Okay. Nobody was talking about it up there. They were getting ready for, they were talking about hockey signings. And
you felt right at home.
I felt right at home up there.
Norway upset Brazil, punching their ticket to their first ever quarterfinals while sending the team with the most World Cup titles home.
Yeah, how about that?
Erling Haaland scored twice for Norway and manned the drum for the team's celebratory Viking row on the field after the game. That's become one of the more fun things of this tournament, I think.
It certainly
that
looks
those fans
cool.
do the Viking row no matter where they are. I've seen it on an escalator.
Yeah.
I've seen it in the stands.
I saw it at on the train. I think the subway in New York.
The Norway military put out a video of everybody throughout the armed forces. There's like a guy in a fighter jet. They're like up on the side of a mountain just doing the row.
All right, good on them.
It's very fun. Last I looked, their opponent for the quarterfinals was still to be determined. But then there was another game last night. England beat Mexico 3-2. Jude Bellingham scored twice, and Harry Kane scored the final one. They did it going down to 10 men because Jarrell Kwanzaa got a red card.
Oh. Will he be suspended for the next game? Or
Probably.
Does the King of
US is getting
England call?
special
Like,
treatment.
what happens next?
Yeah, and after we talked about the... by the way, you can just call him Flo. They call him... If we
Oh, okay, cool.
debating-
Flo Balogun?
Yeah.
All right.
So we're talking about Flo Balogun's red card for the U.S. men's national team being suspended earlier, which is also a weird way to do it. They're not just saying that it's gone. They're saying it's suspended
For a year.
For a year.
Yeah. So
at
next
some point
year,
he's
he
gonna
has
have
to serve this suspension.
That's what it sounds like.
It's so ridiculous.
But anyways, as you said, now news has come out this morning that Belgium has been granted the right to appeal this decision. Adam Crafton from The Athletic, their FC, says that both U.S. Soccer and the Belgian Federation were asked to make submissions by 5 a.m. Pacific time this morning. And then a member of the FIFA Appeals Committee who does not represent a federation, so he's supposed to avoid any conflict of interest, is selected to hear the case. They're saying that a ruling is possible before the game, but Belgium has not been provided.
I got to
with
be
any
honest. As
guarantee.
much as I think it's pathetic that, a political phone call ends up changing that's ridiculous to begin with. First of all, a red card, the whole idea of being suspended for a game because you committed a foul is absurd.
Yeah.
Then, apparently, this was a bad red card. Okay, fine. Then, the suspension of the red card is completely, in every way, abhorrent to sport. Like, that's
we were being told
ridiculous.
as if you're a non-soccer, they were just saying, yeah, there's no way this is getting overturned.
Well, then
It's
it
just
did, which is
final.
absolutely
I know.
absurd. But now, Belgium complaining about it is pretty weak also. Honestly, who did the U.S. just beat? Bosnia, right? If the Bosnians were upset about it and said, hey, no, that guy deserves a suspension because he tried to injure my player, I would understand. If Bosnia ended up filing the appeal, I'd be like, yeah, all right. That makes sense, right? Think about it for a team that you love. Think about, the Mariners end up in a fight, right? And then somebody injures Julio, and he ends up being suspended for 10 games. And then they want to appeal, and then, oh, no, actually, we're only going to suspend him for 5. And then the team that they were going to play is like, oh, wait, that's unfair. We don't want to play against that player. The Mariners would be like, you weren't even a part of this thing.
Yeah.
Our guy's the guy that got injured. We are the ones who should be upset, not
Okay,
you.
but if
that's pathetic.
If it's say it's the playoffs and the Seahawks are about to play the Rams and Myles Garrett got ejected and wasn't allowed in that game, and you game planned all week thinking you're not playing Myles Garrett, and then they let him back in, that's
pretty weak. That's true. That's a good point.
If they've been preparing not to face this guy who is the highest scorer for the U.S. this whole tournament.
Do you need to change how you prep for don't you just roll the ball out there and go?
Oh my goodness.
Do they game plan? I'm not even joking. Do they?
Yes.
All right. I thought they just played. You think they have to change what they're going to do, whether or not Balogun plays?
Yes.
Huh.
He's their highest goal scorer in the World Cup.
All right. So, cover him.
He's pretty good.
I'm sure he is, but I'm you actually have to prepare differently.
They have different positions. They match up players against each other. There's offense and there's defense,
All
just
right.
like any other sport.
I don't know. It strikes me as being more like basketball. If basketball, you don't have to change your entire strategy. Okay, you know what you do when there's a good player on the other team.
If Wemby didn't play in the finals, you wouldn't change your strategy?
I mean, to a point, but not that much. You'd be flexible enough because you're a professional team to be able to deploy multiple strategies. You don't game plan the way you do for an NFL game. All right. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you. It is weak. It's all, FIFA's pathetic. And even Sepp Blatter, the most corrupt person in history of sports, even Sepp Blatter said this whole thing reeks of corruption. The whole thing is just bizarre. But it'll all be over here in Seattle at the end of tonight, as Seattle will be the center of the world stage. All right, do we think Brock made it? What do we think? You think Brock made it home? He was supposed to get home at after midnight last night. So we'll see if Brock is there. We'll come back, and it sounds like Tom Rinaldi's going to join us at 8:30 this morning. So he, I think, is on part of the Fox broadcast. I don't know what he does with it, but he's going to be a part of it for tonight. So we'll talk to Tom.
Usually makes people cry.
Yeah.
He's good at that. He always gets the emotional.
Who do you think he's going to make? Let's start there. Who will Tom Rinaldi make cry tonight? That's coming up on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-822-1490. That's 800-822-1490. 800-822-1490.
People want to do business with someone they can trust, not be a car salesman. Then they feel more comfortable with you, and the experience is better on both sides.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. The best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
When it comes to your yard, reliability matters. Shop with confidence at the Home Depot and get 4th of July savings on Ryobi, the #1 cordless outdoor power brand. It's time to choose your power. Both the Ryobi 18-volt and 40-volt self-propelled mower kits are on special buy for an even lower price of $429 each, was $479. Ryobi's battery platform delivers the power, runtime, and dependability you need to tackle yard work with ease. Shop 4th of July savings on Ryobi outdoor power only at the Home Depot. While supplies last, pricing valid June 25th through July 8th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper. So knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Hello, sir. Missed you. Yeah, there it is.
Who is that voice?
It's me. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good. How are you doing?
Great.
Part of me wants to believe that somewhere in that studio, Maura's taking a little sigh of relief. Whew.
Yeah.
The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Not back again?
Oh, what a week, Salk. You know what I discovered more than anything?
I would love to know what you discovered.
I now know why the Paulies and the Hawaiians are big people. Because when you eat rice and macaroni salad and bread with every meal, you step on a scale like I did this morning and said, Dr. Coogan, where are you?
So I just want to make sure I understand. You took a week-long vacation in Kona.
Oh,
and your biggest takeaway now is that you're fat?
Pretty much.
That's what you took away from a week away?
No.
Dude, you have a body image problem.
No,
yes,
Salky.
You have a legitimate body
Salky.
image problem.
No, I had no body image problem the whole 9 days.
But as soon as you come back, you're
the
like...
whole 9 days, no body images. I was
me.
eating and drinking and sleeping and eating and eating.
Sounds great.
And do you know how good that macaroni salad is
really
with the
good.
rice?
Yeah.
And the Kahlua pork.
Ooh, that's really good too. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm
Mama
sure,
in
but
the
like you were
kitchen.
with your whole family. Weren't you guys
It was
working
so
out
good.
together every day?
Oh, it was so good. We
How
had
many
such a
times
great time.
did your family work out while you were on vacation in Kona?
Every day. Every day. Yes.
Everyone in the whole family worked out every day?
Haley and Molly, no.
Okay.
The other 5, yes. Well, maybe Jackson, maybe not one day. But yeah, Dylan,
We
Titus,
may or may
Macy.
not have done a buy or sell with Charlie Furbish and Mike Lefko while you were gone on which vacation would be better to go on.
Yeah.
And everyone was kind of like, no, I think the Hewards are going to make you work out constantly
Right.
and do wall sits. And
Yeah. I
But you
only
gotta
made
understand.
Cecily was the
and
only
then
one who worked
we
out
thought
on our
that
vacation.
we thought that we'd be able to have drinks at a bar with Salk more.
Yeah.
So.
We did a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was plenty of that.
But you got to understand,
And back at the hotel after.
So we had a steam room, a sauna, a hot tub, and a cold plunge, like the 4 corners right there.
Right.
So I think the 3 boys literally were there the more hours than anywhere else.
Wow.
I mean, they were pretty locked in.
Okay.
So yeah, it was phenomenal. We swam with the rays. We saw the volcano. We went to the coffee farm. Like we just packed it all in. Pickleball tournament. Macy spiked the pickleball racket. Of course she did. Why wouldn't she? She was on Team Ego, and Team Ego got knocked out, took last place. So
Come on,
time of our
Macy.
lives, Salky.
Come on, Macy. You're better than that. You're better than spiking a pickleball racket.
No, she's not.
No,
Actually,
she's,
no,
she's definitely not.
No, she's not.
All right. Well, it sounds like you had a lot of fun, which is great. The Mariners, we spent a little time on them. I've got a whole bunch of Mariner stuff planned for today. You feel like you have any better idea who the Mariners are today than when you left?
Well, I think when we left, Salky, I went back and looked at this. I think when we left, they were a couple games over 500 and like 2.5 up in the division. And then really nothing happened over those 12 days when we were away, or 10 days or whatever it was, because there's still a couple games up in the division and 3 games over 500. And in there was like losing series after series and then winning 5 of 6 and playing some pretty good ball and pitching phenomenally and getting just enough spotty hitting with a team that still can't through one reason or another, through concussions, through injuries, through all sorts of stuff, still, we've never seen the complete kind of whole entire body together. And because of it, yeah, we're just kind of in this, I don't know, neutral zone as we sit in a week before the All-Star break.
Yeah, I said at 6, like, just be, again, it's the same thing we've said before, like, any comment you make that you think is a definitive statement on who this team is and will be, just swallow your tongue.
Yep.
Just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. I don't know. You don't know. I don't think they know. They think they have a little bit of hope and maybe even more than hope, a little bit of faith that there is more under the hood than they've shown.
Mm-hmm.
And that the talent level is enough that at some point it's all going to come together and we're going to see the Mariner team that, was predicted at the beginning of this year. But until that happens, I mean, look, the final game in Cleveland, I got some text messages from people, even friends of yours texting me like, what in the world? Yeah.
Friends of mine?
Friends of yours texting
Seriously?
me being like, what is the deal? Like, this is incomprehensible. And that loss really was awful, right? You blow, what was it, a 4-0 lead, and some of the decision making, it was a bad loss.
Yep.
And you're like, yeah, all right, horrible loss, horrible road trip. Doesn't mean they're going to do that tomorrow. And instead, they play thankfully, the Angels were the team on their schedule up next, because talk about a get right opportunity. I mean, that organization is just, I've already ripped them a couple times so far today. Brock, they're awful.
Yep.
There's not one good player on that lineup. There's not one player in the lineup right now that scares you. So you go through, you're like, okay, well, you better sweep this team. And they did. And then the Red Sox swept them. Like everyone's going to sweep them. They're terrible. They throw the ball around. They're awful.
But then the Jays come in.
That's what you needed, right? And you get right. The Jays come in. And you kept it going, and you played really, really good baseball against the Blue Jays.
So I gave up 2 runs in 3 games.
It's great.
You gave up 0 runs in the final, I think, 24. I think they scored the Jays those 2 runs off Luis in the 3rd inning, and that was it.
Yeah.
They had 1 3rd inning. That was it.
Yeah.
Over 3 days, your pitching showed what they are capable of doing.
24 shutout innings in a row. That's a pretty good little run. And look, the Angels are bad and have no lineup. The Blue Jays have some guys. I mean, it's not quite what it was last year, and they don't have Springer, and they don't have Bichette, and they don't have Mountcastle. Like, they're missing a couple of those guys. But they still have some dudes.
Yep.
They still got Vlad and Clement still. Like, they still got some guys.
So a couple things that we've taught each other. You've taught me that in every golf tournament, I now look at the very bottom of the leaderboard every time.
That is fun.
I don't think I've taught you one of the things that I do now every time with every Mariner game, in every box score and everything that gets sent to us from the Mariners. I always read. It was one of the first things I do. I actually scroll all the way down and I read the other manager's comments about that game.
Okay.
I don't know if you found yourself ever doing that.
No.
Do you even know that that's on the box?
I do know that it's on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that every time. It's like now my first kind of
interesting
headline.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool because it just kind of I want to know what the opponent thinks.
Did the other managers say stuff about the game?
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
yeah. And John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays,
he's a loose cannon.
Is just like the manager of the Angels, just like the manager of most of these teams that face the Mariners, and it's like that's hell to deal with on that mound. Like that high fastball, that 4-seam fastball, that 2-seam fastball, that high rail fastball. Like we don't have conviction. We don't have good swings. We could not get to their guys. And let's remember that more than anything else. That is what this team is.
Mm-hmm.
That's their foundation. That is what they are built on, much like the Seahawks are built on their defense, and everything else is gravy. And then when you get the player of the year, you win a Super Bowl in JSN, right? And Sam's totally competent. When this team, and if this team gets a Cal and gets a Naylor and gets guys that have been there and done it before to match what now this pitching rotation is doing, you're going to win, and you should win every series you go into.
Yep.
And, oh, by the way, we're also, as I'm doing my math here, you remember, like you said, I don't know, a couple months ago, come on, folks. We got 120 games. We got 130 games. We got 110 games. We got 90. We only got 71 games.
Yeah, but that's still 71 games.
It is a lot,
It's
but
still
in a
like
baseball season,
almost 3 months worth of games.
On a baseball season, you're now, like 5/8 of the way. You're getting near 5/8 of the way.
I think I would look at it more as you got like 3 weeks for the trade deadline. Like, to me, that is like the next thing that I'm looking at. I am not looking at it and saying you only have 70-something games left. To me, that's still a lot of games. That's almost 3 months worth of games. You only have 3 weeks for the trade deadline. Like, that, to me, is the thing you're really focused on. Like, and I'll play you some sound later from Jerry saying, it's going to be an odd trade deadline. And it is. There's so many contenders. There's so many teams that believe they're in it.
Buyer and buyer.
That's what Jerry said. Yeah, you have buyers and buyers lining up and finding ways to deal with each other, and maybe that is the only way for this thing to go. That's what I'm looking at. What are you going to show management, ownership, fan base, everybody between now and the end of July in order to figure out what you're going to look like
did we
after
get a little late night tell last night?
We may have. That is in need to know, Brock. Right after I wow everyone with my soccer knowledge next on Brock.
You'll give me Dr. Coogan's number. Thanks.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
The world's game is on display in the Seattle area, and so is your next adventure. At Bellevue Adventures, take on a 7-line zipline tour, a 2-story aerial course, and a 36-foot climbing wall, all just east of the city in Bellevue. Whether you're in town for the matches or you call the east side home, come climb, zip, and soar this summer. Now through July 6th, use code SOCCER26. That's SOCCER26 for 10% off all general admission. Book today at BellevueAdventures.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Make this the summer you start to relax and feel better right in your own home. During our All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event, enjoy liberating savings on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna, with up to 3 years to pay for it interest-free. A soak or swim under the stars, a sauna after a long day. Celebrate feeling better today. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Come join Cascade Machinery and Electric, where your skills really matter. Family owned and the Pacific Northwest industrial equipment leader for over 100 years. They're hiring manual and job shop machinists in Seattle and Spokane. If you're a skilled machinist at any level that takes pride in your craft, come join the Cascade Machinery and Electric team. Visit cascade-machinery.com/careers and apply today. Cascade Machinery and Electric, powering the Pacific Northwest since 1918.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, 5-1 homestand. Absolutely what the Mariners needed, and they got it done with a second straight shutout yesterday. Emerson Hancock was brilliant.
Hancock set. He deals. Swung on, hard ground ball up the middle. Right there, Cole Young behind the bag at second. Flips it to first to get the out, and Emerson Hancock has done it. 7 scoreless innings against the Toronto Blue Jays on just 2 hits. Dynamite all day for the Mariners.
Yeah, he was really, really good. A day after, Logan Gilbert was equally as good. You got a little bit of offense. Day before it was Randy. Yesterday it was Garver.
The 2-2. Swung on, crushed, left field, hammered, on its way. It is gone! Into Edgar's Mitch Garver, a 2-run home run.
Brock, not only that, he pulled his hands in a little bit. It wasn't just the same swing path.
Yeah, just a little bit of offense. Just like score 4 runs. And you're going to win, I think, every series if you can just find a way to score 4 in these games and get it done. You were there, what were you there?
Friday night.
Friday night.
The one loss, yeah.
Yeah, and had some opportunities, just could not get that big hit, that big swing to make it happen.
And to be fair, I said earlier, Dylan Cease was unbelievably good that night. He was tremendous. Yeah, he was really, really. I mean, he was unhittable.
Pretty good.
Oh, the Varland, he's pretty good too. Yeah, I mean, and you had chances in the 8th against the setup guy, Hoffman. Couldn't get it done. So,
but you had to get right after the road trip. You had to get right, and now you've got one final road trip before the All-Star break. And as you said, I think that's fair. As you kind of laid it out, as you look at this journey and this marathon of a baseball season, just as it was last season, right? This week before the All-Star break and then coming out of the All-Star break was pretty critical in the decision-making process for the organization. Well, and it won't be a big piece. It won't be like last season with a Suarez and a Naylor and a Byers and a Sellers. This will be a little different market, but I think there's a move still there to be done nonetheless.
I would tend to agree. Also, this little road trip, this is your 3rd straight East Coast trip. It's pretty crazy. 3rd time in a row they send the Mariners back to the East Coast. I'm not not making excuses, but that is a bit much. Regardless, it's two good teams. Miami and Tampa, 3-3, starting tomorrow. Yeah, I would say a pretty good opportunity for them to get something done against a couple of very good teams. Good teams.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, tonight's the night. Seattle going to shine on the world stage. The U.S. soccer team is going to take on Belgium with a trip to the quarterfinals on the line. If they win, they equal the best run in U.S. men's soccer history. They will then face either Spain or Portugal, who play later today. I'm not sure. I think Macho Man Randy Savage is going to be there as long as Mr. Fuji, because this essentially feels like WWE, what's going on now. The behind the scenes of this thing is ridiculous with this red card.
It's just incredible.
It's so dumb.
Did I read right and understand correctly that there could be 200 million eyeballs on this game around the globe?
I guess.
I think I read that number.
Yeah, sure.
200 million eyeballs on this knockout round.
So if there's 200 million eyeballs, does that mean 100 million people are watching?
No, maybe 400 million eyeballs.
Okay.
Unless some have one eye,
right.
which is possible.
Yeah.
Some cyclops out there around the globe.
What if you have like a sty? Then it's like you have 3.
It is going to be utter mayhem in a zoo. And Tom Rinaldi, one of our favorites, is going to be there and a part of it, and we'll chat with him in about an hour and 10 minutes or so.
What do you make of this Balogun thing? So the guy gets a red card.
It was the most ridiculous red card in the history of soccer.
All right, but he gets the red card. The rule is you get suspended.
Uh-huh.
And he was suspended until the president, the guy who won the first ever FIFA Peace Prize, made a call to the president of FIFA who had given him the Peace Prize.
That's right.
And now it's unsuspended. Well, the suspension has been suspended, but now Belgium's appealing the suspension of the suspension.
Of course they are. Because why wouldn't they?
Did Vince McMahon write this? This is absurd. So ridiculous. Here's
Was Belgium involved in World War I and II? I don't remember.
Here's Dan Thomas.
There's two sides to this. First side is, was it a red card? I didn't think it was a red card. You could say, well, then it's the right decision. This is exactly what should have happened because it was never a red card, so therefore he shouldn't have missed this game. I completely agree with that side. But the issue is that this has never happened in the modern era. FIFA have never come out and said, you know what, we're going to suspend the red card now, which means the player can play in the game, which really he shouldn't be playing in. That's what's upset people, is the fact that this has now set a standard that you feel will not be upheld when it comes to other teams and other players that are in this situation.
Well, and I know that guy knows what he's talking about because he's British.
Got that English accent.
Yeah, so he clearly understands the game. That's the number one takeaway I have there. England beat Mexico last night. Norway beat Brazil.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right,
Did you see that dude from Norway, by the way?
Have I seen him?
That Viking-looking guy?
Yeah, I saw some pictures of him.
Holy smokes.
Is he big?
I mean, soccer big. Yeah, I think he's like 6'2", 210. I mean, he's not like
small.
Mickey Manwari big.
No, but okay.
But soccer, he is
He stands
massive.
out.
Oh, and he just got that Norwegian. Oh, it's just.
You like him.
The storylines. You're right. There's a little WWE in all the storylines. In fact, one of the nights we watched.
200.
6'5"?
I don't think he's. I saw. 6'2",
I don't think they allow
210.
people 6'5" on those soccer
I don't
fields.
know. Speaking of WWE, we actually watched some of the Hulk Hogan documentary one night, and that's what, honestly, some of this is with all these different countries. See what Mexico was doing the night before?
Oh, yeah, pulling fire alarms,
fireworks.
fireworks.
I mean, it's just awesome.
The Mariners, Brock, only have one All-Star. It's not Cal. It's not Julio. It is Randy Arozarena hitting over 280, an OPS over 800. The numbers are there. He's gotten the name recognition. I said earlier he's made a couple All-Star games before, and he's probably the Mariner having the best season. They'd be in trouble if it weren't for Randy's year. Snubs, Cole Young, I think, has a pretty decent case. He's hit as well as Travis Bazzana. He's been a lot better in the field, higher WAR, but the players were the ones who chose Bazzana.
And then a little tell. Was there a little tell last night?
Well, that's a good question. So a couple promotions last night. Laz Montez and Michael Arroyo both headed to Tacoma from AA. Montez has 25 home runs in half a season in a pitcher's league. It's ridiculous. I mean, he's got 100-something strikeouts, but he does have 25 home runs. Arroyo, by the way, just 49 strikeouts in 65 games. Pretty impressive.
Yep. So is that a move to be made here in the next couple weeks to see them at the AAA level and let them go bonkers in non-pitching parts? Maybe
you're gonna. Maybe if you can't make a deal, maybe Montez is a possible. I don't know. Who knows? All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Tom Rinaldi. What is Tom doing with the broadcast? Because they don't do like sideline interviews during the game,
he's
right?
Storytelling. He's going to put together some piece that's going to make you cry before the game. Or bring you to just emote in unique ways. Salk. He's going to paint the picture of what this has been all over North America as he and the crew have been there. Actually, my football coach here at Valor is a huge soccer fan. And he's like, man, I have loved the way that Fox has presented all of this.
What?
Because they too have characters. The Alexi Lawless and the very pompous other guy from Sweden or wherever he's from, Switzerland. You know, they get after it on the set, and it's just kind of great juice and energy and storylines galore. And then, you got to appreciate the game of soccer. So it's very simple. Just try to put the ball in the back of the net. That's what they're going to try to do tonight.
I appreciate that my Argentinian neighbor goes crazy during the Argentina game. So I always know when they're playing because I hear at first I thought somebody was I thought somebody had been hurt in the house next door. I was like about to go running over there, call 911.
So did you see the Brazilians in the stands bawling their eyes out last night? Oh. Neymar retiring right after the game on the field on the pitch.
Oh, that must have been emotional.
He was bawling. He was very, very emotional.
I was at Wolf Mother last night. I didn't get to see any of that. I was at a concert with a lot of people. It was a lot of fun. All right, coming up next, Brock, what did we learn? What did we learn about the Mariners over the last week? If anything. Did we learn anything? And if so, what was it? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks, Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Mike Salk here. We know what summer is here in our area, right? The beach, the barbecues, like this past weekend, maybe a little golf. Vacation, yes, I just got back from mine. And when you take all those pictures, and we certainly did as a family up in Kelowna last week, don't you want to look and feel your best so you're not hiding in the back of the picture? Yeah, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. Trust me, you can do this super fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks. So there's time. What are you waiting for? Schedule that 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery, all real food that'll help you lose real weight and look and feel your very best. Yeah, wouldn't that feel good? It's right on the other side of that 15-minute consultation. Schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
When you order a ride from a rideshare company, do you know what you're getting? Big rideshare companies have been caught failing to protect passengers from dangerous drivers and not supporting drivers and passengers after an accident, all to protect their profits. That's why if you've been injured in a rideshare vehicle, you need Davis Law Group to protect you. Their in-house team of investigators and legal staff has a successful track record of taking on rideshare companies, and they've won millions. Visit DavisLawGroupSeattle.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom.
from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best. Why Seattle and Seattle sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we got a lot today. We're going to talk to Tom Rinaldi, as you said, Brock, at 8:30. I want to go through some of the All-Star stuff today as well.
And you are not going to SVP.
No, I'm going to be very good. I promise. I will be very, very good. I will not.
You will not SVP.
No,
him.
I will not.
And for the audience that was around 15 years ago, they appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. This is not going to be a repeat of the Scott Van Pelt situation, I promise.
So why exactly?
All right. That's not exactly how it was. It was a mix-up. There was a mix-up there, but I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen this time. Because I don't want to go through that again. All right. What did we learn about the Mariners in the last week, Brock? First of all, I got 2 or 3, maybe 4 of these. The first one, though, is for all the talk of injuries and role players, this team just needs its stars to play like they're stars. That has happened over the last homestand, certainly with the pitching. Those guys have acted and played like the stars that they are. As for the hitters, look, Julio's been okay. I'm going to leave him out of the conversation for now. He hasn't been unbelievable, but he's been good. Cal and Naylor have not been. I mean, let's just say it, right? They're supposed to be the second and third parts of that triumvirate, maybe the first and third, depending on how you look at it. Both have been negative WAR players through this point in the season. Legitimately, Connor Joe and Johnny Pareda have been more productive than Cal. I mean, that say those words out loud. Connor Joe has been more productive than Cal Raleigh so far this year. Johnny Pareda has been a better hitter in limited time at the same position than Cal Raleigh has been this year. That's not an insult to Cal. That's just literally looking at the baseball reference page of the Mariners. Being above 500, being in first place while getting that little production from those two players, honestly, it's a tremendous accomplishment, and it's quite a shout out to the role players on this team, to Randy Arozarena, who's really stepped up, Dom Canzone, Luke Raley, a couple of other guys, and the pitching staff for doing what it's done. But, you know, if those two guys don't become who they are, or at least some semblance of it, it's going to be hard for me to imagine that the Mariners are going to get to where they kind of want to get to.
Yeah, I forget which day of the week it was last week that I read a tweet about a lot of stars around baseball. And I think it was around the All-Star when they made the All-Star designations, and especially in the American League. And you look at the American League team, the NL team looks, fairly similar. There's Ohtani, there's Freeman, there's a lot of the names that you kind of know, and a lot of the stars on the NL side of things have been stars, and their records all speak to that in Milwaukee and LA and all over the place. The American League, very different story. I mean, little Alejandro Kirk, remember that nemesis and that nuisance the last few years? You see his OPS?
Awful.
It's 30 points lower than Cal's.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't hit. Our guy Machado, I know he's on the NL side of things. He's sub Mendoza by a long ways with a total power outage. Like there have been Francisco Lindor is a shell of what he's been in while banged up, like Cal. It's just there are stars all over baseball, and the American and honestly, the All-Star game kind of highlighted and brought to life that aspect of it. And you're right at the epicenter of it. Right, with a Julio that had a brilliant May, but a pretty slow April and a really bad June, and a Cal that has just not gotten it started since the WBC. So you get, Salk, even one of those three guys to get red hot. As I said earlier, just get to 4 runs. And we know with Cal or Julio or Naylor, if any of them get red hot, like Randy did for a couple weeks, they've got a chance to put up a bunch of crooked numbers, and with this pitching, win just about every series the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's funny. It's not necessarily a criticism of those guys. It's more just a recognition of what they've yet to do. And I think that's probably the best way to phrase it. It's not just that they haven't done it, it's that they've yet to do it. And I think I still have some level of belief that because Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor are good players, that there's some level of regression, positive regression to the mean that is coming for them. So that's still my biggest takeaway in watching. Is we can argue about the margins. The real thing is about the big pieces before you fill in all the sand and grout around it. Second one for me, the piggyback is picture. Either the
good picture right there.
The grout. Did you like that?
Sand and grout.
Yeah, I thought you would appreciate that.
Way to go.
Well, I'm kind of handy, as you know, Prague. The piggyback is either the most brilliant or the most ridiculous thing of all time. I can't decide which. Why do they keep changing their mind on the piggyback? We're going to do it. No, we're not going to do it this week. Well, but we're maybe going to. Yeah, we're going to. Well, I don't.
They've not done it in weeks, right?
How do you feel if you're Bryson Luis, though? So we're still the only ones that had to do this.
No one else has had to piggyback.
Right.
They keep saying everyone's going to piggyback, but nobody else has had to piggyback. Isn't that weird?
You know what it's like? It's like, remember back in the day, field day? Do you guys have field day back at BB&M? Probably not. No. But growing up, you did, right? You had field day, where you got the ribbons, and you did the water balloon toss, and you did the wheelbarrow carry. You ever do the wheelbarrow carry, Salt?
Yeah.
Where you grab the legs of somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bryce and Luis have been the only two that have had to do the wheelbarrow carry.
I know. Poor guys.
It's no, you guys, or the potato sack.
The three-legged race.
There you go. The
three-legged race. That's the tough one.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the Mariners are trying to make up their minds.
Only a great fool would reach for what he was given. I'm not a great fool, so I can clearly not choose the wine in front of you.
Yes.
But you must have known I was not a great fool. You would have counted on it, so I can clearly not choose the wine in front of me.
That's the Mariners trying to figure out whether or not they want to do the piggyback on a day-to-day basis.
They're not doing it. They've only done it. How many times did they do it? 3 times?
3 times.
Luis
all with Bryson Luis.
Yes.
It's
and they kind of promised other guys, and they talked through other guys, and it's
never happened.
No, we're not going to do this.
Actually, those guys are pitching just fine. We're gonna let them keep doing what they do.
So
the flexibility of it is good.
Is the extra rest actually been.
I'm going to
helpful.
assume that the flexibility is what they like about it, right? They can morph depending on the schedule, how everyone's feeling. I'm sure at some point they did want to do the whole piggyback, and I don't think it changed because of a phone call from the president or anything like that. Like I think that I don't think any of the players were like, hey, I really don't want to do this. Maybe that's what happened. But I'm going to guess it was more like, hey, this guy's feeling this way. This guy looks... And thank God they didn't do it this weekend. I was saying earlier, can you imagine if you had taken Logan out after 5 and then used 4 innings of what you got yesterday from Emerson Hancock in a blowout on Saturday? It would have been absurd. I'm so glad they didn't do it. So anyway, everyone seems to be fine. It's either the greatest or the worst idea of all time. I'm not sure there's an in-between. I can tell you this. They are much better at home. They are 27-20 at home. They are 20-24 on the road. That seems to be at this stage. That is, I think, a big enough gap and a big enough difference that I'm willing to say that there's something to that. They needed this homestand, 5-1. Obviously, that really helped. I can look for reasons / excuses. They have had legitimately a bunch of tough East Coast trips. It has been good weather here, which I think has helped, some of the hitting while they're here. The pitching has always thrived at T-Mobile Park, but that is a little bit of a weird trend. 27-20 at home versus 20-24 on the road.
Yeah, my gut says that has a whole lot to do with the pitching. The confidence that Brian Wu has, the confidence Emerson Hancock has, right? The confidence Logan has. Like, I could throw it over the plate. I can maybe even get away with a mistake here or there that is, more difficult to do in Vegas or Sacramento or Anaheim or some of the other, hot places they have played as well. My gut says that has a whole lot to do with the difference.
I think that's true.
Pitching.
Yeah. And that's the way they were built, right? As around the starting pitching. You mentioned that earlier. They're also a lot better when they play the Angels, which was nice. I learned that this weekend for sure. The Angels are just. I honestly I was astounded watching that team. I texted you. I think they might be the worst team we've seen. And I know you brought up the White Sox from a few years ago. You're probably right. I'll admit there's a little prisoner of the moment there, but watching them, it's just like
they're just broken.
Ugh.
Yeah, the frustration you may have in your roster construction, the frustration the overnight text toy has at times with the production and what have you. Like, oh my gosh. Imagine, we say this all the time. Right, imagine being our sister station in Arizona trying to root for the Cardinals. Ugh. Like, you can't.
The Angels are worse. I mean, I make fun of the Cardinals all the time for being a pathetic organization, and they are. The Cardinal or the Angels are worse.
$175 million payroll or something like that. I mean, they spend money.
They've spent
in all the wrong
money
places.
than the Mariners, and where is it? You look through that lineup; everyone on the team is bad.
Their pitching's bad. Their farm system's bad. The roster's bad. Yeah,
their manager is bad. Their decision-making on and off the field is bad. Like, what an absolutely pathetic.
So take advantage of them, which is exactly
absolutely. I'm not ripping the Mariners for beating them. I'm just it just jumped out to me like, ugh. Like, ugh. They don't. I mean, there may be teams with worse records. The Royals are right there with them, and somebody else. I think Colorado's right there with. Like, they're not the only ones that are really bad. But just the Royals, at least, like, you can see hope. And, like, they've got a guy in Witt and a couple other players, like, if they can put it together. You watch that Angels, like, I can't believe that's a Major League Baseball team. It's time for retraction. It's time for, what did you say they do in soccer?
Relegation.
Relegation, Brock. It's time to relegate the Angels.
Yep.
That's what they should do. Are you ready for tonight?
I actually am. Yeah, I think the families, Haley and Dylan are still here at home, and they've kind of gotten into it. And more than anything else, it's just like the net that this thing has cast. That is what I don't know. I think I've always enjoyed. I think that's what Tom Rinaldi is going to kind of try to inform us in 45 minutes, as he's had his eyes and feet on the ground in so many of these spots. It's just. And even you said this a couple weeks ago. It's the story of people coming to this country, experiencing this country, right? Experiencing everything that it has and seeing all of that and the excitement that they have and I don't know, the novelty of it being on this turf and doing it here. And then to be in this stadium that is just created some of the most electric moments in NFL history. It's created earthquakes. It's created, just seismic stuff. And even the last time it was here for the soccer game, you had Stone and the rest of them going like, I've never experienced this. This is mayhem.
Is there, I'm asking a real question. Does what happened with the lobbying on behalf of the U.S. team in Balogun, does it mar any of what you just said about kind of the incredible moments of everybody coming to the U.S. and being really impressed?
I don't
that
think
was the
so.
conversation on the show before us. That was the conversation
I
on
think it mars
Unsportsmanlike.
FIFA. I think it just, again, exposes what.
But I
what
think that
kind
the
of-
argument on the other side is, the president, it's a political call and it feels corrupt. And it gives the home country a huge advantage that nobody else would get.
Or it also rectifies a horrendous
Maybe,
decision.
but in
there
a way
that was wrong.
Did you see Sepp Blatter called it corrupt?
No,
That's
it's-
unbelievable.
FIFA has got its own reputation for
Sepp
decades
Blatter
and decades.
is like the most
and
corrupt
decades.
person in sports history.
Yeah.
And Sepp Blatter is like, I don't know about this.
Yeah.
This is a little much.
No, I think when it gets going today, a lot of the rest of those things will, I think, dissipate. And then ultimately, can you put the ball in the net a time or two? Really hard to do that, especially you get to these rounds and the way and the style and everything else. Kind of hard to put it in the back.
It's
of the net.
oddly hard in penalty kicks, which seems weird. You should try kicking. They should kick the ball at the net. That was I have watched. I admit very little of this. I watched the U.S. Paraguay game. I watched half of another game, and then I watched penalty kicks between. No, it was in a restaurant up in Kelowna between Holland and I don't know, whoever else it was, whoever beat Holland. And Brock, in 10 penalty
You go
kicks.
Holland, huh?
Well, or Netherlands, whatever.
No, that's fine.
Whatever you want. If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. All right. All I know is there were 10 penalty kicks, and they missed the net on 4 of them.
Salt, the pressure you carry the
pressure.
weight.
These are the best players in the world.
I know sometimes you feel like you carry the weight
Brock,
of the show.
Just hit.
I
just
know
kick
on
it
some
into
Fridays,
the net.
When I'm out, you feel the pressure of the standard and the expectations. I know that on this show. Imagine carrying your country and the weight of your country on the shoulders.
Just kick it to the net. Don't miss. Don't just miss. I mean, like the goalie has dived in the other direction and you miss.
Please tell me Marv Marinovich Salk in the basement is not using that language with my dear Cecily.
What language?
Don't you dare say don't miss.
Well, I'm not
it's
saying
like
that
me
to her.
saying don't drop it.
But I'm saying it afterwards to these soccer players. These are the best soccer players in the world. They can't even hit the net. Bizarre. All right, let's do some Blue 88. Talk about it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right. Question number 1, Brock.
Yes, sir.
2 weeks, next couple of weeks for NFL players. What do they look like before training camp?
Yeah, I was digging in on the long flight home yesterday from the islands. What different folks are starting to do, and you'll see this. Sam was on a delayed honeymoon to Italy, Mr. Darnold, and he brought his ball, and I don't know who he got to catch for him there on his honeymoon in Italy, but somebody must have enjoyed that on the other end. But now you're going to start to see over the next few weeks, Cooper Kupp, after the wedding of Swifty and Kelsey, and we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
And JSN, you're going to start to see these guys get together. So you finished OTAs, you took a couple weeks, right? You went spearfishing, you did your honeymoon, you went to other weddings, you did that stuff. But now you look at that calendar and you're like, all right, now we're 2 weeks away. Like, let's get our legs back underneath us. Let's get a little bit honed in. Let's get sharp. And I won't be surprised at all to see in this thing shift from the individual workouts, which guys are posting, to, hey, let's get together. Let's find a way in California for Sam to get JSN, to get Cooper, to get Shaheed, to get Torrey Horton, to get Bobo, to get the guys all together. And I think that will be kind of the next phase here over the next couple weeks in list season, in the NFL's top 100 season, and all the other kind of periphery things, I bet you a good sum of money. We're going to see these Seahawks now get back together, get to work. So, yeah, when Hard Knocks is there in a couple weeks and this party gets started, they're ready to roll.
All right, question number 2. All right, the big NFL event of the weekend, Brock. I know you told me that Taylor wasn't really a big deal anymore, but it seemed like she took some news space. It felt like she was kind of a big deal this weekend. Taylor Swift.
I think that was more in response of you telling me she's going to be the greatest icon in the history of music.
I don't know that I said that.
Yeah.
I don't think I said that.
It was pretty strong.
No, I just said that she's in that group with Michael Jackson, the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she is going to be a defining piece of music history. Regardless, she had her big wedding with Travis Kelce. What were your big takeaways?
I think the biggest takeaway is obviously it brought the biggest stars in entertainment and the biggest stars in the biggest professional sport we have going right now in the NFL in this country together. What were there, 1,000 guests? So I don't know how much time you spent while you were up in Kelowna perusing all the different pictures and checking it out.
Sure.
But Cooper and his wife were there. Stafford and his wife, Russell and Sierra were. Peyton and Ashley were there. And I this is wedding season. A year ago for us, I think we have 5 weddings. I've got my buddy Josh Hoffman, my nephew Josh, and Emma getting married in Bozeman in 2 weeks. It'll be our 5th and final wedding of at least the summer. It showed the spectacle that really is sport entertainment. And when those two things, and there's a confluence of it that comes together, you get everybody. You get Dean Blandino. You get different generations of NFL stars. Even Dean Blandino was there, right? I mean, you really did capture. That's what struck me, is it was some past, it was some present, maybe even some future, and holy smokes, $20 million.
Is it true? I read this, and I honestly don't know if it's true. I don't know if I got centelled. Is it true that every member of the Chiefs was there except for Harrison Butker?
I don't know. I saw. We were trying to figure that out too.
I can understand it for like her brand. Like,
maybe.
She got to stay true to her brand and her audience. That is pretty crazy if it's true, though. But you couldn't verify it?
True. I couldn't verify.
I don't think that's why, though, because like after the Super Bowl, I saw her hugging him and talking to him.
Maybe
So it's not like she just doesn't.
She might not have even known. I was trying to explain to Avery what a kicker was.
How do you think Russ was at that?
Wait, was Russ there?
Oh, yeah. Russ and Sierra
were there. I was going to ask if Russ was there. I'm sure.
I don't know if that was more Russ. It's probably more.
You think it's more Sierra?
Tay and Sierra, right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
It seems like Travis wants to make sure he's keeping all of his options open for whatever work comes next.
You think?
Yeah, I think it seems like maybe he's got a plan for when he finally decides to hang him up. All right, question number 3. While we were gone, our friend Brady Henderson, ESPN.com, posted an article on which young Seahawk could break out in 2026. Who was it?
Riley Mills. And it was cool. And it was a good little piece that Brady did. And I think it was on the heels of some sound from Leonard Williams on the final kind of week of their mandatory camp. And in some of the conversation, and then further, and maybe this also sparked Brady's interest a little bit, is who you've seen attached at Leonard Williams' hip in workouts the last few weeks? Riley Mills. You know who you saw attached at his hip during OTAs and minicamp? Riley Mills. Do you know that there's going to be this transition from all the 30-somethings, the 33-year-old Jaron Reed, the 32-year-old Leonard Williams, the 31-year-old Dante Fowler, the nearly 30-year-old Uchenna Nwosu? You're going to need these 20-somethings, Byron Murphy and Riley Mills and Derek Hall, to ascend and take that next step. Like, this is, it was a big reason why you wanted Derek Hall signed, rightfully so, in this offseason, and why they had to, I think, add to it with a veteran in Fowler. But you need, like that whole wants and needs things that we like to do during the season, you need this young group here to ascend, because many of those guys, this will be it. Final year of the contract for Leonard, final year of the contract for Jaron. DeMarcus is a year-to-year thing at best. Dante's on a 1-year deal. So you really need those young 20-somethings to ascend. And Riley's doing the right things, standing and working right alongside the big cat.
All right, there you go. That is today's version of Blue 88. Yes. Does anyone in your in that group, Rock, or any of them Love Island people?
In my family group?
Yeah, in your huge group there.
No,
oh, okay.
No. How many in the Salk Wind household?
Well, it turns out now 4.
Really?
Yeah. So I've kind of gotten into it.
You had an epiphany?
Yeah. Well, I can say this confidently. I've watched more Love Island than I have World Cup soccer.
I don't know what that says about you.
Well, it says that I live with 3 girls, for one. And that's what's on. It's on every day.
Oh, really?
This show's on every day. It's not like it's on once a week.
Salk. It's on every day.
I know, but not on my TV. It's not. I can't seem to find it. I keep clicking, and I just.
My dad made it very clear that he was in charge of the remote in our house.
Oh, not me. I'm not in charge of the remote at all. No, I come downstairs. They're watching Love Island. I come inside. They're watching Love Island. So now I know like a lot about it. I'm somewhat invested. It is the worst thing, Brock. It's the worst thing you've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's better than soccer, but it's worse than almost anything else out there. It's really, really bad. But now I'm like kind of addicted. We ran into Stacy this weekend. Our dogs met, and the kids were with me, so they were talking to Stacy all about it, and they were comparing notes. And yeah, it's quite a thing. Quite a thing. All right.
No thanks.
You want to take a break? Maybe after that we should take a break. Let's all compose ourselves. We'll take a break, and then we will come back. Tom Rinaldi. Oh, is this the Love Island theme?
Yeah.
There we go.
Salk's going to do the whole next segment in his Love Island voice.
So good. This theme is so good. Oh my, you like this theme? I like this theme. Let's be together.
Why don't you do the whole Rinaldi interview in that voice?
I don't think I could. I mean, that would just be, first of all, insulting to Mr. Rinaldi, but also, like, I don't think I'm capable of doing that. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll go explore our options, Brock. That's what they're doing when they're kissing other people. They're just exploring. One girl said that she viewed kissing people as like a handshake, just to see, like, whether it works or not. Brock, it's just like a handshake. It's just exploring. We're going to explore some options and maybe even explore why the Mariners only have 1 All-Star. Next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock, you already here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know by now that I love my acronyms, PCF. You really do come first when it comes to PCF. And they designed and built our outdoor living space some years ago. And always got a pretty good attention to detail when it comes to design, and they nailed it. We just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get your process started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does that mean? That means you could save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with that design package, they end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna, with up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Everything that matters is at stake in a divorce. Your home, your savings, your children. For many of our clients, a divorce was unwanted. This is Rick Jones. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, our team of experienced attorneys handle every aspect of a divorce and custody case. When stakes are high, you need a lawyer you can trust. Husbands and fathers trust Goldberg Jones. Visit us at goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. That's goldbergjones.com.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Eward is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Hello! Oh my God, Salk, read a book. Didn't you go to Scripps? All right, how dare you? That's not nice, 845. I am reading a book. I'm reading, my friend had asked me to read the Silo series. So I'm not usually a big sci-fi person, but I'm reading Wool, which is the first of the Silo books. I guess now it's a show on Apple
Netflix
TV.
or Apple, yeah, I've seen it.
Rebecca Ferguson. Is the show good?
I watched the first couple episodes. I like sci-fi a lot, so it's a cool world building kind of thing.
Well, the book is pretty good. No, I'm reading a book and watching. Love Island is a nice bonding thing with my kids. I'm enjoying the bonding element of Love Island. I don't know whether it's something I would probably sit down to watch by myself necessarily, but it's a nice thing to do with the kids. That part is fun. Brock, why do the Mariners only have one All-Star? Like, did that bother you? Did it jump out to you? Did you just be like, all right, yeah? Because I saw it and I was like, it doesn't feel right. You're in first place. You were in the ALCS last year. Generally, those two things mean a team's going to have 3 or 4 All-Stars, right? 3 or 4, at least 2. I mean, the way the rules are where everybody gets an All-Star, it does get a little bit funky, and the Mariners may add some here as we go, as people drop out. But just one? I don't know. I saw
because
it and was
usually winning begets winning,
Right.
success begets success,
and name
in this-
recognition
in this popularity contest that is All-Star games and Pro Bowls and voting and everything else. But those guys that would benefit from that have been to previous All-Star games, being Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, even Mooney, right? Those guys at Naylor that have that recognition in the past have just not been anywhere near their standard.
right? Like the only one would be Julio. Julio could be an all-star. You look at the numbers, and he's been over, a 2.5, almost 3-win player. Like, you could look at Julio and be like, okay, he could be an all-star. But I'm not, like, beating the drum mad that he's not.
Well, he has more of a case this year than he did last year when he made it, right?
Yeah, last year seemed a little silly. And then he said, no, I'm out, and kind of did the right thing, obviously, for him and where he was at. But yeah, I think you could make a case for Julio, but I don't know whether I would call it a grave injustice. Cole Young and Dom Canzone have been probably their next two top performers after Randy and Julio.
Mm-hmm.
And Cole's got a legit case. You could look at it and say Cole Young, I think, has been better than Travis Bazzana as the backup second baseman. Their offensive numbers are very, very similar. Bazzana's might be a smidge better, but the defense that Cole Young has had this year makes him a higher WAR player than Bazzana. I think that's a fair one to get upset about. But I also think that the players obviously looked at it. I mean, that was a player vote. The players were the ones who put Bazzana in, and I don't have a good reason why.
Yeah, I mean, the offense numbers are, like, all of them are better. The average, the OPS, the WRC+, plus, all of those things favor him.
Not by a lot, though. I mean, they're pretty similar. And when the defense is a whole lot better, and, I mean, both teams have been first-place teams. I don't know. That one, I think Cole has a legit case, and maybe if somebody drops out, he ends up getting added. Canzone's numbers are really good. They're not as good as Yandy Diaz. And he's also, unfortunately for him, has been mostly a platoon player. Yeah. So Canzone would have a case, but I don't know. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you he got jobbed. Like
anybody in a pitching staff that is renowned, that is respected around the league, that is the envy of many,
right? And I think, unfortunately, none of them have been consistent enough. All of them have
Bryce
had great
has.
moments.
He just had a month and a half late start.
Yeah. Bryce would be your one in that world. He has been excellent.
Phenomenal.
But he was
phenomenal.
hurt. Yeah.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, I mean, they're going to hold that against him. I don't know if that's fair. I think Bryce has a pretty legit case. Be like, hey,
he would be the next one.
He's been the best pitcher in the American League since he's returned.
Yeah. If there's somebody that taps out, or there's somebody that, like, to me, he'd be absolutely worthy to kind of follow in the line of Kirby and Wu and Logan of like, I actually have earned this. These
Logan
numbers
slumped
are that
for a little while, right?
overwhelming.
Early. Hancock slumped recently. Wu has been kind of up and down. Kirby's not had that kind of a season. So, the bullpen, you said it earlier.
Spire's numbers pretty good, but
they're really
he
good.
Too
Hurt
was
for a
on the
while.
IL for 15 days.
And it's not impossible, but it's hard to get in as a setup guy. And Munoz has not had a very good season, certainly numbers-wise. So, yeah, I think the bigger question to me is, why does a team with this much talent only have 1, 2, maybe 3 players that are playing at an all-star level?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that seem odd? They are in first place. They are a few games over 500. They're a couple games below what their Pythagorean says they should be, which is like looking at your run differential and taking what that is historically.
Well, you didn't like it when I even hinted at and brought up then, well, are you really that talented if you have one?
But I think you are.
But what if that talent is not producing?
That's different.
Okay.
Those are two different statements.
Okay.
You are that talented.
So at what point of a lack of production do you then go back and say, yeah, maybe you aren't all that talented? Or is this just kind of...
I don't say that.
You never say that in baseball.
Well, no. I would say it if I don't have... I looked at the Angels, and I know they don't have talent. But the Mariners do have talent. I have historical data to show me all of the talent that they have. Mm-hmm. I want to know why they aren't producing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Cal? Why is Naylor? Why are all these guys not producing? Why is Munoz? Why are they all not producing at a level that is... commensurate
and by
with
the way,
their talent level?
Almost the entire American League, you can
absolutely.
I mean, Jose Ramirez is banged up now, but he wasn't at that level. Aaron Judge is obviously out now with a rib injury and has been out for a significant amount of time. I mentioned Kirk earlier from Toronto. He's got 30 less points on his OPS than Cal Raleigh does. Like, these have been all-star players with track records Now, almost all of them were pretty significant factors on their WBC teams, including
So
all
are you
of our
still going
guys.
back to WBC?
I am not, but when you at least try to ask the question and try to figure it out and dig into why are all of these stars either hurt or not producing all over baseball, not just here. I mean, if you pin me in a corner and say, how do those 3 weeks do this? 3 months later, you're still telling me it has an impact?
I would understand it more if it was all pitchers. If it was the pitchers, I'd be like, yeah, they didn't get to ramp up.
And
they
I
didn't get this,
understand it
they
maybe
didn't
in
get that.
April. They're not in, okay,
All right.
you broke up their routine.
But in July? I can't. I understand why you're asking the question. I'm not ripping you, but I can't go there.
I can't really either.
I can't. It's an appropriate question to ask, but I think you and I would both answer it and say, no, that doesn't work. I don't know what the reason is. I don't know why the Mariners aren't, playing up to their talent level. I don't have an answer for you, but I do think.
Usually you know exactly what it is. Usually Mike Salk would tell you it's because they're banged up. It's because Naylor's been dealing with stuff this whole first half, whether it's his wrist or whatever. Right, the Cal Raleigh obviously had an abdominal. We saw what that did to Luke Raley for an entire season last year. Right, I mean, you would tell me that the most logical answer is that they're just physically not right, and they're never going to admit it, and they're going to try to fight through it and play through it, and gut through it, because that's just the way baseball players go about their business.
I think that is probably the case with Josh Naylor. I really hope that's not been the case with Cal since he came back. Like Cal had every opportunity to end that, to take as much time off as he needed, and just make sure that by the time he came back, he was 100%.
And it was a good month. I mean, it was a substantial amount of time.
Yeah. So I don't know whether it's the case or not. I think you're right to ask the question. I don't know. I hope that's not the case with Cal.
Well, you started to see a little, just these little tidbits. You saw a nice little sac fly. You saw a nice home run, right? He's got to, and the obvious numbers are the top of the strike zone. Like, he is just not getting to the top of the strike. Either he's swinging out of the zone or he's not getting to that top rail like he did last year. I mean, that's like the baseball savant under the hood. You read anybody that digs into those things, it's a pretty alarming deal.
Yeah.
And can that turn around? I sure hope so.
Again, they needed to, because that is the way the team was built, right? It's built around some of the guys, some of those stars playing at a certain level, or at least something close to it, and so far they haven't. So, all right, All-Star Game will be in Philadelphia next week. Obviously, tonight, a huge night here in Seattle. We'll dig into it next, and then Tom Rinaldi after that is Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do? The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
All right, when was the last time you went into your crawl space and attic to see what kind of shape they were in? I'm guessing it's been a while, or probably never, right? Well, thankfully, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. Certainly where I don't want to. They will head in there, light and check things out and come back and show you pictures and really give you a sense of what is going on in your crawl space and attic. And if you got a problem, they can fix it, right? That could be water. That could be toxic mold. That could be rodent intrusion. Had some of that at my house. And then the big one right now, especially as the heat's getting ready to show up here, is making sure you've got the right kind of insulation, making sure your furnace and your air conditioner aren't working overtime because all the cool or warm air is heading out through the lack of insulation. Well, local utility companies are incentivizing homeowners to make their home more efficient with proper insulation, so Crawl Pros can help with that as well. Don't just assume your crawl space and attic are in great condition. Do what I did. Call Crawl Pros today and schedule that free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Start having fun. Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
O'Brien. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman joined by another Swedish cyberknife patient to offer a glowing endorsement of their prostate cancer treatment. Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish cyberknife treatment for prostate cancer. How did you hear about Swedish cyberknife?
Well, it was this familiar sounding voice on the radio telling me about it, and so I thought I'd investigate that. Everything I heard was what I wanted to hear, and so I reached out.
What's it like to go through the cyberknife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It's just a matter of listening to music in headphones and trying your best not to move.
Looking back on your Swedish cyberknife experience, what stood out?
It was too easy. It was just too easy. I went through it and I just went, that's it?
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Cyberknife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Brock, Mariners had themselves quite a homestand. 5-1. A great job, and much needed, to be honest with you. Coming off kind of a lousy road trip. You come back home, you sweep the Angels, you take 2 out of 3, and really, you're right, it was the pitching. They just all 6 quality starts, and the last 2 both shutouts. That was pretty good. First Logan Gilbert, then Emerson Hancock.
Yeah, I mean, I think it speaks on a lot of levels, really. I think it's number one about their stuff. You know, they got great stuff, and They're not afraid to use it. They have a great game plan. The catchers and the pitchers are on the same page, and they're going to use their stuff, and it's electric stuff. I think number two, these guys attack the zone. They get themselves into good counts, and when you do that, you put the pressure on the offense, and I thought they did a really good job of that all series long. It's a mindset. These guys attack, and when you attack early, get ahead, even if you get contact, chances are you're going to, a game like today, you get deep pretty quickly, and they just kept coming right at you, and it's a confidence thing with the staff. They've got great confidence right now, and it's been big for us.
It's pretty good, Danny, there for 45 seconds or whatever that was. A little bit of insight, a little bit of depth there, a little bit into the way they want to attack, and when these guys get going, they all feed off one another. And I know we can have some fun with the piggyback thing, and it's this and it's that, and we're going to go, and then they adapt, and then they change, and then they don't do the piggyback. But whatever they're doing right now for the last couple weeks, certainly, has sure been working into the benefit of those guys that have just been dealing.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right there. The pitching has been tremendous, and they got a lot of offense Saturday, enough offense yesterday, and so, you beat the Blue Jays 2 out of 3, and now head off on the road after a day off today. They go to the East Coast, third time in a row. That is a bit much, don't you think? Like, I'm not here to make excuses for the Mariners, but 3 straight trips to the East Coast in a row? Mm-hmm. I don't know. That doesn't feel quite right.
And 2 good teams. Marlins, 6 games over 500. Yep. The Rays, the best record in the American League, 4 up in the East over the Yankees, who are just scuffling big time and beat up and injured. And, this will be, on paper, the most difficult as far as opponents go of all 3 of these East Coast trips.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, big moment tonight as the eyes of the world will be on Seattle Stadium. We know a little better as Lumen Field, but that's where they'll be playing soccer. U.S. taking on Belgium, Brock. That's the Red Devils? The Red Devils? The Red Devils, Brock. What?
Are you sure?
No, but they were here. They were part of the pool play here, right?
They were. Uh-huh.
They played like Turkey. No, they played...
no, they didn't play Turkey.
No, they played someone else.
Turkey,
They played somebody
Iran?
else.
They play Iran now?
I think they did.
Did they?
No.
They played Egypt.
Thank you. They played Egypt.
Thanks, Ian.
There we go. Thank you, Ian. So they've played here before. Both teams very familiar with the surroundings, Brock.
What would I have to pay you, Salk? Legitimately. I mean, after all the money spent in Kona, who cares anyway?
Have a lot. Yeah.
What would I have to pay you legitimately?
Okay.
To just go with Ian. Ian's told us during the break about noon. He's going to head on down. He just wants to be around it, be part of it. What would I have to pay you to just hang down there from noon till 9?
Till 9?
I don't know. The match.
Well, the question is, do I have to go to the match or do I just get to hang out down there?
No, you get to hang.
No, you wouldn't have to pay me much at all. I mean, I'm busy. I have plans. I have to. You'd have to get somebody to get Cecily to.
What time is Love Island?
No, Cecily's got to go somewhere. Like, I've got to drive people around and stuff.
Okay.
But if I didn't have to do that, you wouldn't have to pay me anything to go down there. I think the whole scene thing is great.
Yeah.
How much would you have to pay me to go to the game? A significant amount. A lot. You'd have to.
More than a get-in price of $4,000 or whatever.
That'd probably be about right. That's about what I would need. I'd need about the get-in price. Yeah. Okay. And when I get there, Brock, will I get to see Flo Balogun? Is he going to play?
I don't know. The Red Devils are appealing this.
They are.
As we speak.
Hercules Gomez, Brock,
they
has something to say.
Sorsby's lawyers from Texas.
And I'm of the train of thought that it's not a red card in real time, but with what we see, can you reverse it? And it's not even the rules to allow it to be reversed. This is unprecedented. This is literally them making the rules up as they go. So I repeat, if you're an American fan, you should feel glorious right now. Because you get your best goal scorer back, and he could literally be the X factor to advancing to the next round. If you're anybody but a U.S. men's national team fan, this feels off. It feels like the host nation is gaining a favor here.
Would this be the equivalent of them turning around the Fail Mary? Would this be the equivalent
I don't know. No.
Mike Florio wanting the Fail Mary
I don't think
reverse?
so, because this is about what's going to happen in the future, at least.
I see.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know. England beat Mexico last night. Norway beat Brazil. And
first time ever for Norway.
First time they've ever beaten Brazil?
First time ever to advance to the final 8 quarterfinals.
Oh, okay.
In the history of their nation, Salk.
That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Thunderfoot, too. That guy's got a thunderfoot.
Thunderfoot?
Thunderfoot.
Is that like Thunderlips from Rocky 3?
Uh-huh.
Speaking of Hulk Hogan. All right, some other Mariner news. Really good news. We're going to see Brendan Donovan start his rehab assignment tomorrow. So that's awesome. Hopefully that means he's ready to go soon after the All-Star break. They could use that professional at bat back at the top of the lineup and allow JP to move around a little bit. That would be a really helpful thing for them. They're also promoting a couple of their big prospects. Laz Montez and Michael Arroyo both headed to Tacoma, which is a hitters league, coming off of being in a extreme pitcher's park in a pitcher's league. So Montez has 25 home runs.
Like a 940 OPS.
It's a monster. And Arroyo, man, he gets on base. He does not miss. So pretty cool to see those two guys getting promoted.
I'll tell you what's going to be a fun conversation. We haven't even played that Jerry sound of maybe buyers and buyers getting together in a market that could be a little bit funky. You start to do that exercise, Salk, and it changes that whole trade conversation we've had with Passan the last couple weeks. And Jeff will be with us tomorrow. But remember, the whole thing is like, well, there's nobody really out there. Like, I mean, Buxton is out there. Well, now he's got a hip pointer or, his hip, deal again. Like, there's just not much for sellers, but for buyers. And other buyers out there in bullpens or right-handed bats. And if you've got a plethora of really talented guys in your pipeline and you've got some redundancy maybe in Canzone and Rayleigh and Laz Montez.
With Luis doing what he's done the last couple of weeks, does that change his value in a trade? Or do you not want to trade him because he's doing what he's done here over the last couple of weeks and really played a whole lot better? So a lot of questions to be asked. We'll dig back into that at 9:30. Before we do it, though, Brock, Tom Rinaldi, Fox Sports.
You be good, Saul.
And in the ultimate make you cry guy next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two, one of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your Windows' poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
You pledged your life to serve. You made sacrifices, lost loved ones. At VA, we don't see the falls you've taken. We see the 1,000 times you've stood back up. We embrace your uniqueness and won't trivialize your hardships. We can't promise to heal all wounds or wash away all trauma, but we do see a path forward. We see all veterans. We see you. Learn how treatment works and recovery is possible. Visit MakeTheConnection.net.
The best safety feature on any machine is a well-trained operator. With online, hands-on, in-class, and blended options, Levitt Training helps your team stay safe, certified, and confident on the job. Book your training today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Hey, Seattle. Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You can ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You can ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
Protecting workers' rights is the goal! Thousands of workers will help power the excitement of Seattle's Summer of Soccer from June 11th through July 19th. If you're working in hotels, stadiums, restaurants, security, temp jobs, or app-based delivery, you have rights. From wage theft to minimum pay, the Seattle Office of Labor Standards wants you to know that you are protected. Call 206-256-5297 or visit seattle.gov/labor standards.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brock, we've always said Seattle is, above all else, an event town. It is a great, big event, big moment town. It's a city with a lot of FOMO. So if there is something big going on, everyone wants to be a part of it. And what's happening tonight, about as big as it gets. Tom Rinaldi is here in our fair city for Fox Sports. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Good morning, Salk. How you doing?
We're doing great. I mean, this is a pretty good time to be here in Seattle. What has been your initial impression of what's going on here?
Well, let me give you the impression from Christian Pulisic and Weston McKennie, who we had a chance to sit down with the day after the win in the Bay Area when they held on after Flo's red card, which I'm sure we'll get to in a minute. And they've been blown away by the atmosphere and how their run has captivated the country. But when I said Seattle to them, the huge smile crossed both of their faces, in essence, to say that the atmosphere here has been different. And I think anyone who's been in or with or around the team would tell you if they could pick any place for this match to happen, it would be Seattle. It would be here. It's such not only a great big event town, like you just said, but such a soccer town. And Belgium is obviously pretty familiar right now with what a soccer town it is, playing here yet again. But great spot, great venue to play this match.
All right, Tom, compare and contrast for me. The NFC title game, where you were on the sidelines for one of the most epic games, right? Compare and contrast that energy, that juice, that scene with what you expect to feel tonight.
Brock, I called our family and I said, and obviously everybody knows about the Richter scale measurement and obviously the touchdown, kick return, and all of that. And can I tell you, honestly, it was louder. And that's even more amazing given that it was a noon beginning, but just the announcement. And now for the national anthem of the United States of America, was unbelievable. The goals, the way that match unfolded, it was, I think, louder, which is astounding to me. It's such a great atmosphere.
How much does that affect a game of soccer? We know how much it affects the game of football, right, with the offsides and the inability to communicate. How much can a crowd affect a soccer game?
I think in a very different way. Salk, it's a great question. I don't think that it comes down to plays obviously having to be called in, and Brock can speak about all the challenges, obviously the silent count and what happens along the respective lines of scrimmage, because sometimes home field advantage is difficult for the offense too when the crowd is so cranked up. But in soccer, I really do think there is a true emotional element to it, where there is an energy that can be passed down to athletes who, let's face it, get exhausted having to cover that size of field for that long in a pretty constant aerobic to anaerobic state. And I think the feeling of that energy and the chanting from the crowd, which is different from an NFL game, can really help lift the side.
You think it's more basketball-like in that way?
Boy, that's an interesting call. I think it is. Obviously, we see what happened. We saw it happen with the Garden and the Knicks, sort of with the game, the game of runs, if you will.
Yeah.
But again, I just think the constant beating of the drum, the chanting, it's different. It just has a very different feeling. International soccer matches do.
Salk, I think I told you some years ago when I got a chance at our Fox seminar to golf with Tom Rinaldi. What a blessing and gift that was. The storytelling, the Tiger Woods stories that aren't for air, just the wonderful time we had on the course. And, I think I told Salk, like, the beautiful thing about Tom Rinaldi is he loves to learn, right? You're curious. You love to learn. I'm curious what you've learned over the last month of this World Cup experience on home soil.
It is just, first of all, I don't deserve that, but thank you for that, Brock. It has been, and I hope I'm not just a prisoner of the moment here or practicing recency bias, but it has just been one of the greatest gifts of an experience I could ever imagine. Started with the first match in Mexico City, the opener, then went to L.A. for the first U.S. match, was in Kansas City for the hat trick by Messi, was at Ronaldo's first match in Houston when we sort of played indifferently, went from there to Seattle for USA's second match, back down to L.A., was in Philly for July 4th. It's just been magical. And I think, Brock, to say what we see with patriotism without politics and what we see from the foreign fan bases who I genuinely think have been embraced and blown away by the experience that they're having in our country has just been joyous to see. Really has been, at least from my POV.
Well, what a perfect segue to what happened yesterday with this red card, because there were no politics involved until yesterday. And now all of a sudden it's sort of like the U.S. Olympic team where we're having our culture war again over soccer. What do you think happened? What do you make of this whole situation with the suspension of the red card suspension, and now today the appeal of the suspension of the suspension?
Right, the suspension of the ban, and now the appeal of the suspension of the ban, and on and on and on. I kind of go to Chris Richards, who's a player, I've spent time with, whose story that we shared is from Hoover, Alabama. His reaction that he shared yesterday was so amazing, because I think it spoke simultaneously to the inside and outside POV merging, where he said he thought it was AI. The team found out on the bus from training that it had been lifted, and initially there was a doubt that it was real and true. And then when it did land that, no, this is real, Flo is going to be able to play in this game. I mean, now barring whatever might happen here with the appeal, and you can never rule anything out here, obviously, with FIFA, but that the bus just became lit. The team was lit. It is one of the strangest episodes I've ever seen, and that's saying something in the long history of international soccer at FIFA, where strange is a Tuesday. I mean, it happens all the time. So it's just such a bizarre unfolding. And by the way, I think it's been interesting to see it's barely moved the odds in the game. U.S. was a slight favorite, remains a slight favorite, even though he's been the most dynamic offensive contributor to this point, Flo has. I found that interesting.
Can you paint the picture, Tom, of your day today? So it's, 8:30, 8:40 in the morning. Kickoff is at 5. Can you just kind of paint the picture of Tom Rinaldi's day and the process to get ready for all of the magnitude of this tonight?
So Jenny Taft, who is amazing and has been tireless with all her reports, from interviewing Infantino to Pochettino off the bus to the reports that she had about Malik Tillman changing his shoe because of his foot was bleeding and then making that free kick. She's the person that is really connected most to the team. I'm more the featurist, if you will, in this case. So some of the hay is in the barn. We're still making some last second changes here to a few of our pieces today. We have a piece about grit, that quality, and how this team has defined it, developed it, displayed it, and how they hope it might serve them going forward. We have a piece about sort of a handful of moments in Christian Pulisic's journey that have shaped him, including when he was just 7 years old and his mom went to England for 1 year on a Fulbright teaching exchange program, and how that year changed the trajectory of his life when he was 7 years old, how that led to his belief, and also what it's been like for him to carry the burden of being the face of American soccer, and how he's born up against that and in some ways exceeded it. We also have another piece celebrating the common ground that the World Cup can create, again, prior to the division of what just happened with this decision, which came down, it's all just perfectly stated. So it's a bunch of different features. We obviously have our production meetings. You know all about that, Brock, and then we'll head down, I think maybe 1 o'clock or so. We're on for a couple of hours prior, and then into the match at 5 Pacific. Can't wait.
So, Tom, when you get back to New Jersey and you're on the driving range and you're hitting balls before the NFL season begins and you got your buddies there talking to you, and they're like, Tom, why? Why is Seattle so freaking nuts? Why is Seattle, for all these playoff games, these Monday night games, these Sunday night games, that stadium that's seen earthquakes in it and noise that is like jet engines? Why? Why, Tom, is that place so off the rails? Salk and I talk about it. We've got a unique perspective as we're so close to it. But for you who come into these events and these venues and get to feel it and experience it, how do you answer your buddies?
I'd say two answers. One is sort of geography, and one, if you will, is territory. So geography, the proximity of the stadiums, the design of the city, how easy it is, Indy-like, Brock, right, to be able to walk from all the places you might stay, all the places you might come and eat and visit and have a drink and walk to the venue and then walk back, I think really fuels that kind of atmosphere. So I think some of that is the geography of the city. But when I say territory, I lived for a couple of years, you know this, in Portland. I spent time in Seattle when I lived in Portland, Oregon. I just think there's an incredible pride in the Northwest. It's interesting. It's sort of, hey, don't come and visit. We love it. We're all good here. But when we want to display to the country how we're all good, man, strap in and listen. We're more than good. We are more than someone's secret. We have it figured out. It's the best summer in the United States of America. It's one of the proudest sporting cultures in the United States of America. It's an amazing part of our country that a lot of people never get to. That's how I would answer my friends. And I would ask them, have you been there? You need to go there. Your jaw will drop when you get up in the morning and it's 54 degrees when you go out for a run at 6:45 a.m.
This time,
unbelievable.
This time
in
with
July.
Time with Tom Rinaldi, brought to you by the Seattle Chamber of Commerce and Visit Seattle Tourism Bureau.
I got
Thank
some
you.
hairs.
Wow.
Brought to you by the hairs standing up in the back of my
too.
neck with that one. That's
Hey,
really good.
Can I ask you to go back and talk about the first package you mentioned about the grit of this team? Because one of the questions I had written down was essentially what makes this team unique. They have a chance to go farther and do better than any American team in the past, men's team in the past. What is it? What is it that sets them apart, and what is that story of grit?
Okay, so I think it's a few things, Salk. So to sort of tell it briefly, one is that maybe the moment came a bit early, right? With winning as a process, of which the Bulls sort of most powerfully proved with the Pistons, et cetera. Now, obviously not that this team is the Bulls, but in Qatar, was the team fully ready for that moment? And players have said we were not. We were a bit young. Now those players are playing in La Liga, in the Premier League. They're playing in elite leagues in Europe, and they're being tested, and they're developing and getting better. They're more mature. They have a greater togetherness. You add into that, Pochettino comes in, and I love what Weston McKennie said. There's a price to pay for togetherness. That you see guys get married, you see guys become fathers. Are you as willing to give that guy a hard tackle in training? Are you as willing to get in that guy's face in training? And he said just a few days ago, me and Tyler went to the ground pulling each other's jerseys because we were competing so hard for a ball. That has come from Pochettino. That demand that you hold one another accountable. So that grit is developed, I think, in a different kind of way. And I think we saw it being displayed when Balogun went out. And they had to hold on, and not only that, increase their lead and play a man down. And as I wrote in the piece, they won with 10. Now they play with 12. That's why being in Seattle is a real advantage.
What did I tell you, Salt? You're going to make you a moat this morning. Woo! Got little hairs again on the back of my neck, Thomas. Jeez. Even at 8:45, thank you so much, bro, for doing this again and taking all this time. And I don't mean to bring all these things back to football, but obviously this market just won a world championship. Right? They experienced the mountaintop and got a pretty young, dynamic coach here that we all have kind of fallen for on the heels of Pete Carroll, who we all loved and beloved and brought us the first Super Bowl title a little over a decade ago. Who is this Coach Pochettino? In your perspective of all the different coaches and all the production meetings you've sat in your life, Tom, the huge catalog of coaches that you've been around, does he remind you of anybody in the American conscience or the football conscience?
So I'll tell you this. we went to Murphy, Argentina, incredibly, founded by an Irish immigrant. That's the small town 4 hours west of Buenos Aires where he was born and grew up, right? Where Mauricio Pochettino, the son of a farmer, so learned about hard work and accountability from his dad. His dad loved soccer, loved football, loved it. And Pochettino was a big kid when he was young. And Marcelo Bielsa, who would go on to become a legendary coach in Argentina, coached their national team. At the time, he was a scout, Brock. Mm-hmm. And he heard about this boy, Mauricio Pochettino, and he came to Murphy. He got lost. He didn't get to the family's house until after midnight. The farmhouse. He knocks on the door. They're like, who the hell is this? It's this scout. He comes in. The dad is thrilled that this guy is here from Newell's Old Boys, where ultimately Messi would go. And he says, well, our son is sleeping. And Bielsa says, that's okay. All I want to do is look at his legs. And they take him into the bedroom and pull down the blanket. He looks at his legs and says, we'll take him. Yep. That is part of his origin story, if you can believe that, which we shared in the last match. And his mom, for anyone here's all you need to know about his mom and dad. His mom was in tears when she said to us, for all that he'd done in coaching in Europe, a guy that coached Messi, that coached Neymar, that coached Kane, all these guys, she cried when he was named manager of the U.S. men's national team. Wow. Why? Because it's America. And nothing is greater than America.
What?
Unbelievable.
That is pretty amazing.
So good. What? We call that blink scouting on the show, Tom. Yeah. That's called Salk's BS. It's why he nails every draft pick, because he just blink scouts. Takes one look at him, watches one highlight.
Don't overthink.
He knows exactly.
Yeah, you just take a quick look.
And the legs, and we're good. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Well, that combines Brock's problem with body images staring at people's hindquarters. So it works on a lot of levels for us here on this show. Just out of curiosity, as a member of the media, they're managers. Do they get mad like baseball managers if you call them coach?
He has not. He's somebody who's really embraced American culture. Obviously, everybody saw the pitch. And I also thought it was amazing to look at the team's reaction to his pitch, because they were thrilled. I think there was a part of them thinking, oh my God, that this could go really awry. Like this could be really bad. And he did a great job with it. And he's just an ultra competitive, really proud guy. And I think he's tried to instill that in this team. And to this point, obviously it's worked, but this is now the biggest test they faced. And this would be a significant step forward if you can win this match tonight.
Yeah, and that would be the last thought here. Just kind of knowing all that you know is behind the scenes, as all of you have been through this process. What do you expect to see tonight on the pitch?
I think you're going to continue to see an aggressive front foot forward style, where can you maintain your structure? Can you use a high press? Can you try to dictate not just possession, but creation? And listen, they've been great at scoring first. And I think if they do that, Brock, get the seismograph ready, my brother. Because if they can score first, that will be a massive advantage.
Is Belgium good?
Yes. They're not as good as they were, and this is sort of the end of this great generation for them. They have a handful of really experienced, really accomplished players, and they've gotten better as the tournament has gone on. But you can make the argument that the U.S. team has as well. So this is not the team that, I realize they lost. It'll be 100 days ago today. They beat the United States 5-2, 100 days ago. But again, no Pulisic, no Richards. There's players who weren't in that match, in that friendly, and this is not a friendly. So I don't think that's an apples to apples.
You got that little decibel reader in your pocket tonight? Is Fox going to let you kind of pull that out to see what we're looking at? Kind of noise. Maybe even selfishly, Tom, just for yourself. Just have that on your phone. I think it's on the. I think you can get that app today.
Decibel.
You can get that app. And again, I will also tell you, the anthem has just been an unbelievable moment in these matches, and for every country, But tonight, for the United States, the national anthem, I think, will be a very, very stirring moment.
Well, Tom Rinaldi will be there, and we
me
certainly
3 times. 3 times you stirred me in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Hairs on the back of my neck, Tom. You're ready. If this team is anywhere near as ready as you are ready for this,
right? Yeah,
let's get to the quarterfinals, baby. Let's go.
They won with 10. They play with 12.
In
Seattle.
Yeah.
It is the place to have this match.
You can't write it. Tom, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for the time. Enjoy yourself. There is Tom Rinaldi from Fox Sports, Brock, doing what he does best. A man with a way, he certainly has a way with words.
Did he just pull the equivalent of what Chris Berman pulled with us?
Maybe.
At the
it was
very
similar.
end of one of our only guests on Radio Row,
Yes.
Kyle Brandt and Chris Berman. Remember Berm?
It must be why we have this text from the 509. Great job, Brock, interviewing Rinaldi. Thank you. Brock did a great job with that interview. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks, Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Ask your Bryant dealer to maintain your current system or install an energy-efficient Evolution system. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. Whatever it takes.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Let's talk real for a sec. Summer is supposed to be about sunshine and kids having fun. But when the kids are home all day, that grocery bill, it grows fast. That's why I want you to know about Sunbucks and why our friends at Safeway are helping get the word out. If your family qualifies, you can receive $120 per child to spend on groceries this summer, food in your cart, and a little less pressure on that budget. And let me be clear about this. There's no catch, no judgment. This program is simply about making sure kids have enough to eat when school is out. Here's the important part. Many families are enrolled automatically, and a card may already be headed to your mailbox. But some families do need to apply depending on income and where you live. So take a couple minutes and check. Visit freesummermeals.org. That's freesummermeals.org. Safeway, looking out for your family this summer. Once again, that's freesummermeals.org.
It's summertime and the living is easy. If you're like me, you're spending nights on the patio listening to the game and enjoying what makes our area so beautiful. Dave Wyman here, and I have just the offer for you to get the most out of your outdoor living space. $500 off each window, $750 off patio and entry doors, and $200 off the final project. I've loved working with Harley Exteriors. They're a local company right here in Bothell, down-to-earth people who enjoyed the same things we all do, rooting on our local teams and doing the best job we possibly can day in and day out. Use Harley Exteriors to complete your home space and receive 12 or 18-month promotional financing.
Qualified buyers only. Subject to credit approval and lender terms. Minimum purchase of 4 qualifying windows required. Windows must be 36 by 36 inches or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to approved credit. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Offer expires July 31st, 2026.
Go to HarleyExteriors.com.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan whole house PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Refresh your yard this summer with 4th of July savings from the Home Depot. Choose your power starting at $99 with tools from trusted names like Ryobi and Milwaukee. From backyard get-togethers to end-of-summer upgrades, 4th of July savings on cordless tools deliver the power and mobility to keep up with every job without slowing you down. Power on the go is here, and summer projects are easier than ever with the Home Depot. While supplies last, see store or online for details.
Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
How sweet it is! 50 seasons of moments. 50 seasons of legends. A once-in-a-lifetime event. Join Mariners past and present at T-Mobile Park August 7th through 9th for 50 Season Celebration Weekend. The festivities begin Friday with a post-game slugfest, the Alumni Home Run Derby, featuring Ichiro, Mike Cameron, and more, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Saturday will be a showstopper. 50 Season Celebration Night presented by Daktronics. Arrive early to witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed.
It just continues. My, oh my!
The weekend wraps up on Sunday with a collectible 50 Seasons pin giveaway thanks to KeyBank. Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, well, again, thank you to Tom Rinaldi for getting everybody set for tonight. Brock, you sent me this question over the weekend.
Because it was everywhere, Saul.
Where does tonight rank on the pantheon of Seattle sports events?
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting question. Where will tonight rank on the pantheon of Seattle sports events?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about my answer. It's probably the biggest event that's ever been held here in Seattle. As you said, there could be 200 million people watching around the globe. We've never had a Super Bowl here, so it does feel like it would be the biggest event to be held in Seattle. I don't know what else. I mean, we've had Final Fours, right, and stuff like that, but I don't. NBA Finals.
All-Star games.
Right. We've never had a World Series, even that. I mean, just as a worldwide event.
4 NFC championship games over the last 20 years, all of them of immense magnitude and noise and passion. And
I don't know that any of them would be as big on the world stage.
The Seattle World's Fair in 68.
Well, that's honestly one of the things that jumped out to me. That was one of the ideas that flashed in my mind was the World's Fair.
You know they did boat races in Memorial Stadium?
Yeah.
No, they did. They filled it. They had a moat in there.
They do hydro races there?
I don't know if they were quite hydros, but they were boat races. I do know that.
I'm sure that all those. I mean, those are. The World's
Fair
was a big deal.
I think the Graz won one of those
probably
boat races
there.
in 68.
I mean, if you go the original genus of Trivial Pursuit, you'll definitely get a World's Fair question or 3. But in terms of yes, this has to be the biggest event that's ever been held in Seattle. But is it a Seattle sports event? No. So how can it be the biggest Seattle sports event?
Because of that second word that Tom Rinaldi used, territorial.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
We are a parochial and territorial people by nature.
Well, are there any Seattle players playing in it?
Yeah, Rodon, right? Isn't Christian Rodon? Isn't he? You know?
Oh, there is one. Whoops.
Yes.
I assume there wasn't. Okay, so there's one, but like it's not a team from Seattle. There's no Seattle pride on the line in terms of who wins and who loses. The city has not, like, as a city, supported and bled for this team the way they have for the Seahawks and Mariners and Sonics in the past and other teams. So, I don't know. I guess I look and say if the NFC Championship games had been held elsewhere, they still would have been Seattle specific. If this game was being played in Los Angeles, we wouldn't be even having a conversation about whether or not it was a Seattle sports moment. So I'm going to say it's not a Seattle sports moment, even though it's a huge sports moment taking place in Seattle.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say one other kind of piece to that Tom, plugged in there is, and the numbers tell you, by the way, that Kansas City, as far as the ratings go, do have the most eyeballs. Right? Kansas City fancies itself now the soccer capital of America.
They have Messi or something?
No, I think he plays for Miami in the.
Oh, Kansas! I thought you meant like the games in Kansas City. Oh,
yeah, no, just like the populace of that area really does and has coined themselves. Portland has fought for that. Seattle has certainly fought for that, and you heard from Tom Rinaldi right there that soccer, in many ways, the epicenter of it in our country, and as far as the passion for it, is right here. And as you live in Seattle, Salk, and you're around this community, and even though your kids haven't been soccer players, many other folks listening to us, they are. They are on Seattle FC, and they are, as Macy was and worked her way up, in the soccer community.
Celtic and United, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and there is a huge, and, the Sounders following for years and years and years, and the women's pro teams for years. Like, it is an incredibly passionate soccer base here, and this just inflames it. I remember years ago when the U.S. Women's World Cup was in North America, right, at the different locales. And I remember all of Macy's soccer community and all those parents and all those people, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, it just inflamed, right, that kind of passion for the sport. So I do think you are feeling that here in Seattle. And while it's not maybe Seattle-centric by player, it is by territory. And it is for the soccer community, like, hey, man, our chance to not just be like niche Sounders fans, and any friendly that comes in packs that place out with 70,000, right? I mean, it's just anything of magnitude of scale in soccer, that the place becomes electrified. And then tonight will just be, a whole nother level. And I love that story from Tom, from those players. And this team does feel really close. And this team does feel really gritty. And this head coach seems to be just the right guy, pulling the right levers for him. And Tom's sharing that story of, there's no other place on North America that these guys would rather play this game with what's on the line tonight than right here in Seattle in front of this base of soccer fans.
Some text messages. Joe in Gig Harbor says it's a sports event in Seattle. So, yes, it's the biggest sports event in Seattle. Right, but is it the biggest Seattle sports event? There's a difference. And I would still say no, but Brock, that's a pretty compelling argument. I like. I think you said it well, but you haven't convinced me. But it's a compelling argument. I think you did a good job with that. 253 Not Sold says tonight ranks up there with the high school 1A spelling bee, but with less action. That's probably about how I feel about it. And then 570 weighing in saying Tom was a fantastic interview. And for a split second, he had me like, maybe I'll watch a little bit of this soccer game tonight. But then reality snapped back in. And I remember there was no chance in hell that I would watch a second of soccer. That's the 570. It's not me. I want to be clear. I'm just reading what the people are saying. So, and then Brock, a lot of criticism. The World's Fair was in 62. Not 68.
God,
so
God,
people very upset that you didn't have that.
I'm sorry.
And then 509, Salk, stop being a pedant and let the city have the moment. I guess I would say this. The city should have the moment. But by saying that this is the biggest Seattle sports moment, you're actually, I think, taking away from the real Seattle sports moments. So I think I view that as standing up for Seattle. Like Seattle's had really great sports moments that are about Seattle. This is a really great sports moment that is in Seattle. And that is a huge difference. If like hosting a Super Bowl.
So why is
this
it
is like hosting a Super Bowl?
Why is it so inflamed then? Why is it so
it's
magical?
awesome. I think it's great. I'm not knocking that. There is a huge, vibrant soccer community here, and all the stuff that Tom said about the walk and the locale, and that's all 100% true. But like, was hosting a Super Bowl like the greatest LA moment or Vegas? Like, you're the host, which is great, and and that is a great moment for your city, but it's not a great moment for your city's teams that you care about 24/7,
no, it's a great moment for your
365.
City to show off.
Absolutely.
It's a great moment for your community.
This, to me, is a great Seattle moment, not a great Seattle sports moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it might be the greatest moment in the history of Seattle, which is amazing considering no one can live here. I mean, like, it's incredible.
I wonder if old Roger in Park Avenue does look at this and wonder, I wonder if we can find a way to get a Super Bowl there. Because what would a Super Bowl in Seattle look like? Now, albeit in mid-February, and it could be sleet and, wind and rain and all sorts of chaos. But this place does show up for events.
Well, and Brock, I'm glad you brought that up, because what's lurking in the background of all of this? The sale of the Seattle Seahawks. And that question that got brought up, and who did we talk to right away about it? The idea of Seth Wickersham, right? Whether or not the city is going, or the new owner will try to build a new stadium, or maybe significant renovations to this stadium or something that would put a roof on the building. Why? To host a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any question that Seattle would be a great Super Bowl town.
Because if it's going this crazy for this event, what would it do if a Super Bowl? What would it do if the NFL draft came? 750,000 people have flooded Nashville and Pittsburgh and Green Bay. You don't think 750,000 people would come into Seattle for that event to watch that draft? I think they would. But this one just pulls a lot of different levers.
And it's funny. You remember all those years ago, I had a long, over and over again, talking about how Seattle should host a Super Bowl, that this city was sort of ready for those huge moments of hosting a Super Bowl, the Olympics, that type of stuff. I always thought it would be about like a sport I liked. I never thought it would be about soccer. But, you are seeing some of the reality of that this city is absolutely ready for all of those things and showing it on the world stage. And certainly it sounds like showing it to the players who are playing. So good luck to everybody tonight. It's going to be
go beat Belgium.
Huh?
Go beat Belgium.
And I guess Belgium's good, according to Tom Rinaldi.
Go beat Belgium. Get to the quarterfinals. And then anything can happen. And I know you'll be watching Ronaldo. He told us that this was his final World Cup action. So at 41, he's finally.
Is he the guy with that statue?
Yeah, he's a guy with like 0% body fat.
He's got that statue, right? That doesn't look anything like him.
Pochettino's legs.
Yes, he's the statue guy.
Yeah, he's the statue guy. He's still playing?
Yep.
Who does he play for?
Yep.
Portugal.
Oh, Portugal. Okay. And they play today. I know Portugal plays today.
Yes, they do.
They play against Spain.
Yes, they do.
A battle of the Iberian Peninsula, bro.
And that winner will take on the winner of Belgium.
There's got to be some bad blood there, right? A little Iberian Peninsula battle.
Separated by mountain range.
I'm rooting for Portugal. I went there a couple of years ago. I've never been to Spain. So go Portugal. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Everyone always asks me, what were your top reasons for choosing Advanced Hair? Well, allow me to share, along with some details, on, get this, their once-a-year summer savings event. Okay, first off, Advanced Hair stands by the results, and I'm living proof those results are second to none. With Advanced Hair, your own natural hair is guaranteed to grow. Secondly, Advanced Hair combines top-rated physicians with modern technology, creating a concierge quality experience that blew away my expectations. And lastly, Advanced Hair's advanced FUE begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. It is quick, simple, and easy. Now, if you have a flexible schedule this summer and you've been waiting for that special savings opportunity, well, it's here. Advanced Hair's Summer Savings Event will get you the most hair for your dollar. It's their best offer ever. For details to schedule your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna. With up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning. DayandNight.net.
An old electrical panel is like a tired bullpen. Fine until you really need it. Dave Wyman here for Fast Home Services. They have your back with panel and service upgrades starting at $4,800. Get more capacity for additions like hot tubs, generators, and EV chargers from the Seattle team that's earned your trust since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
Culture is a belief. When we have a new hire orientation, it's pretty impactful because there's a lot of people that don't realize that a car dealer has been in business for 93 years and has, built ball fields. And so then they start asking more questions. And then you go back to the store and you see relationships and friendships and you see legacy employees who have been here for 30 years. And then it's like, why is it different? I can't put my finger on it. What is this? Well, that's culture. You feel it, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this feels really, really good. And before you know it, now that individual is the one fostering that environment of culture. So then when the next person comes through the door, all of a sudden it's like, you can identify it and you say, this person can feel it. And then all of a sudden, what have we just done? We've built culture.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners finished up their homestand 5-1 with the final two games both being shutout wins. Emerson Hancock was really spectacular yesterday. Goes 7 innings of just dominant baseball. And yeah, I think it does help seeing the guy in front of you do the same thing. He admitted as much yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. I think you build off each one, and I think you see what the guy does well the night before, and it just, in a way, makes you want to go out there and just continue to hold up the standard every time you get a chance to have an outing. And thought it was just a great homestand in general for us. Like, that was great. There was a lot of really, really good things during this homestand, and I think for us, take the day to kind of reset tomorrow, but let's see what we can do and get to the break, and then continue this thing.
And I know Mitch caught him yesterday in those 7 shutout innings and had the big home run and the big hit. That was all they needed yesterday, but I do think a Cal Raleigh being back behind the dish does make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I know they've been really good at home. Probably hard for me to make it, very strong evidence-based, fact-based on that, with or without Cal. But I don't know, man. Play caller to quarterback, that battery, that matters. That trust matters. And this staff, that's what, all 6 of them now? 6 in a row, quality starts, just one after another, after another, after another. And with just a little run support, you win both series. Take 5 of 6 and get back in first place, a game and a half up on the Rangers, 3 over 500.
Yep.
And now 6 on the road before the All-Star break.
Oh, and maybe even some more good news on the way. Brendan Donovan's scheduled to start his rehab stint tomorrow. So hopefully soon after the All-Star break, I would hope, assuming everything goes well, get an opportunity to get him back and get that leadoff hitter, get that on-base percentage, get that contact.
He feels good. Just hope he feels good.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good player.
As he was. I mean, you still look at the numbers. You mentioned the OPS and WRC Plus and all that. I mean, he's right up there.
Of course. Just unfortunately in 20 games, because you could really use that back. And also a really big road trip ahead of them. Last 6 games here before the All-Star break. They fly to Miami, then to Tampa to finish off the first half. 2 teams that have been very good to start the year, and a pretty good test for a Mariner team that has struggled on the road.
Can you tell me? Guy has a perfect game through 7.
Yeah. They pulled
perfect,
him.
and he's not at 115 pitches.
No.
He's in the 90s.
Yeah, they just pulled him.
What are we doing?
I don't know. Usually you make an exception for something like that. That was a little surprising. Not going to lie. That is weird.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, as you know, Brock, we've got soccer right here in Seattle tonight. World Cup action. U.S. taking on Belgium with a huge... everything at stake. You heard earlier from Tom Rinaldi how great it is to play in Seattle. Here is the midfielder for the team, Tyler Adams.
Yeah, just to embrace it. We're very fortunate to be having such amazing support as we've had. Specifically Seattle has been unbelievable in hosting us. So it's exciting to come back to a place that feels familiar, that obviously we had the win over Australia, and to know that we can expect that same energy again in one of the biggest moments of our careers is really special.
I may have to text Alexi Lawless. I borrowed his suit one time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got called in during COVID for one of those Tuesday weird games. Yeah. And Alexi, very similar size suit to me, so I borrowed one of his suits. I might have to text him because you know what's going to be challenged tonight for the American team in this venue, quite honest, and I'm being serious right now, is that old Chip Kellyism. Play with emotion. Do not let emotion play with you. Because it is going to be unbelievably emotional, loud, passionate, all those things that Tom Rinaldi kind of teed up for us to paint the picture for tonight. And you're right, there's many times it is probably a corollary to basketball where you feed off of that emotion. But I hope it doesn't get too big for them.
Yeah.
I hope the moment's not too big for, frankly, a men's team that hadn't been in this position in 20-something years. And this group has never together been in this spot.
Well, and now politics, whether you like it or not, has entered this tournament because the president's now come out and said, yeah, I called him to try to reverse this thing, and it worked. Now I just saw a letter from the prime minister, one of the labor leaders in England, trying to get their red card reversed. So now that's a thing in soccer. The one nice thing about the World Cup was that it was political, non-political, and it was politics free.
Yep.
And now it's not.
Mm-hmm.
That stinks. Yeah, I don't know if FIFA's necessarily who I'd blame on that, but okay.
Well, they didn't have to answer the call.
Well, it's fair. Hard not to answer the call from the guy you gave the FIFA Peace Prize to, though. Mm-hmm. When you've made up an award to give to somebody to assuage his ego, got to take the call.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners have not played well enough to have a ton of all-stars, and that's how it ended. Just Randy Arozarena representing Seattle in Philadelphia on the 14th. I'm a little surprised. I thought Cole Young had a decent shot at it. I thought Julio might have gotten a call. And then, Bryce Miller's only pitched for, a month or so, but he's been that good. I would have had no problems with Bryce Miller being there. That being said, I don't know that I could get, outright mad about any of those guys being left off.
This will be one of the most, I think, does NBC have the All-Star game this year?
No, it's Fox.
It is Fox again? NBC just has they have some of
Still Fox.
Futures game. I did see that they've got some of the other stuff. But, yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Joe and John up in the booth. From an American League standpoint, this is not laden with the stars of the past. I mean, there's going to be no Judge. There's going to be no Cal Wally. There's going to be no there's a lot of unknowns who have earned it, who deserve it, whose numbers are better than the others. But this is not. The NL is star-studded. The NL has delivered, and you see that.
And the NL's been really good this year, and the AL is not.
Yep.
We're also going to see Laz Montes a little closer to Seattle. He and Michael Arroyo both promoted to AAA, so they will move up to Tacoma. Montes has 25 home runs and an OPS of 919. He has been incredible in a real pitcher league in AA
really
there.
Slow. His April was really slow. So his May and June have been electric.
Really, really good. Arroyo, by the way, 49 strikeouts in 65 games. He has fewer than 50% of the strikeouts that Montes has. That's just the kind of contact he makes. So there you go. That's some more good news on the Mariner front. That's everything you need to know.
Or is it news that's going to lead to more news? Is
I
it
don't
just
know.
a prelude of what's to come over the next 3 weeks? Remember the conversations we were having at this time exactly 1 year ago with this baseball club, whose record was a little bit better, and Cal was on his way to, an MVP chase and everything else. But remember all the conversations? I mean, we were at this point last year. It was Suarez. It was Naylor. It was, hey, come on, team, show them. You've got to do your part now on the field to express to Jerry and Justin and John Stanton and the rest of them.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Brock. I've got some potpourri for you here. I've got 5 or 6, maybe even 7 stories to get into over the course of the last half hour, and one of them is specifically that. What do the Mariners do at the deadline? Jerry Dipoto said something very interesting this weekend, and so did Buster Olney. In fact, Buster's thing, I think, is about as obvious at this point as it gets. That's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
Box Score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Whatever the heat index, stay cool this summer. Your local Bryant dealer can make sure your system is up to the task. Whether it's maintaining your current system or installing an energy-efficient Bryant Evolution cooling system with perfect Humidity Plus technology, your dealer will give you what you need to help your family beat the heat. Learn more and schedule an appointment with a factory-authorized dealer today at BryantNorthwest.com. That's BryantNorthwest.com. Bryant, whatever it takes.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Wise Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Marlins tomorrow in Miami. 3:40 first pitch, 2:30 pregame. Get every pitch of every game for free on the Seattle Sports app.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Brock, let's see where we're at. We got some potpourri to finish up the day. More, you've got an update on the Belgian appeal?
Well, the Royal Belgian Football Association now says that they simply asked FIFA, they sent a letter requesting a copy of the decision and an explanation of the process, that they didn't actually ask for an appeal and that FIFA took that as an appeal. Apparently they were under the impression that they had to be notified of all of this before they even could appeal. So it's just all it's a cluster.
FIFA also came out and said, yeah, we were looking at doing this anyway, despite the fact that there was a phone call. That phone call had no influence on anything.
And the quote from Trump I'm reading here is, I am the one that got FIFA to do it. So... All right. Well, that's where we're at, Brock. I'm not going to dig any more deeply into this. Let's change topics for a little while. I will. That's quite a quote. That is quite a quote.
You know, the beauty, Salk, is when the ball drops, no one will think about any of this.
No?
It'll just be the great game, the beautiful game.
The beautiful game.
The beautiful game.
Well, they'll be so enthralled that they won't have the ability to think of anything else. All right, Brock. The All-Star break is nearly upon us, which means we are, 21 days here, 25 days, away from the trade deadline. Generally my favorite day on the sports calendar. What's going to happen this year? Jerry Dipoto was on with SiriusXM over the weekend, and I think he gave us a pretty good insight into what's going on.
I think there are enough contending teams with real holes or needs to fill that you might actually see more action with contender trading with contender, like buyer to buyer type trades to fill voids with real baseball trades. I don't think that's out of the question. It's not a common thing in history at the trade deadline, but I do think that is something that's going to be pretty prominent in the next 4 or 5 weeks, simply because there aren't enough obvious sellers with the kind of player, I guess, availability that's going to fill the needs of all of the contending clubs.
And I think also because just the state of baseball right now, with the disparity between the American League and the National League, and it's been a weird year of stars not producing, not just in Seattle, but all over baseball, and especially in the American League. So that becomes a bit intriguing if you're buyer to buyer.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think in this situation, a little bit like last year, there were a lot of years, Salk, and this was probably one of your strongest arguments way back when for why you have got to build this thing from the ground up, because you've got to be able to have waves of talent. You've got to have a farm system. You got to have a major league roster. You have got to be a nice dance partner for whatever that dance may be.
Yep.
And the Mariners were a year ago, and Arizona matched very well with them. You had some excess, and they had some need and wanted your guys, and you made that happen. Whereas 10 years ago, 5 years ago, there are many of those that you could not. I would think the same thing is in place this year. You've got a plethora of starting pitching at the major league level. You've got a bunch of elite pitching at the minor league level. You've got pipeline, 6 guys in the most recent top 75, as far as some young bats, some young arms, some young talent. You've got some major league guys where maybe you have redundancy with a Luke Raley and a Dom Canzone and a Laz Monte. Like, I would think you've got to
not to mention an extra starting pitcher, because you've been occasionally using this piggyback. All the while, you have 2 other young pitchers that should be up and ready to go at some point this year.
So, what is the best buyer for buyer?
Well, I mean, as much
what
as
is the biggest need still?
That's what I think. Like, you can match the Mariners are in a great position. You're right, to match up with anybody if they need to. There's no kind of trade they can't make. They have hitters to give from the major league level, if that's part of it. They have pitching to give at the major league level, if that's part of it. They have minor leaguers of all shapes and sizes and at all points and different parts of the path throughout the minor league system. They really do have just about everything. The only thing they don't really have to trade would be a major league reliever, which obviously a contender is not going to give away. Other than that, they could make any kind of trade you want. And yet, as you look at the needs, I do think it's more and more clear what the obvious answer is. And it's a right-handed bat. I mean, I'm not breaking news with that. And you brought this guy up a week or two ago when the Mariners saw him, and you're not the only one. And Buster only said it here on the Refuse to Lose podcast. But if you're looking for an obvious guy, it is probably Taylor Ward.
I actually think when you look at, potentially what's out there in the marketplace, there's a possible interesting fit there with the Orioles for the Mariners, and that's Taylor Ward. A right-handed hitting outfielder who gets on base. He could be absolutely slot in as their leadoff hitter. And I don't think the Orioles are close to being sellers yet, but they are trending in the wrong direction. Ward is a free agent at year's end. He would be a perfect fit, in my opinion, for what would help the Mariners.
Not a big home run threat. He only has 5 home runs this year, but hitting over 250, gets on base 38% of the time, OPS plus of 109, 112 for his career, so he's having basically an average year for him. He's still young enough at 32 years old. He's going to be a free agent. You probably don't have to give up that much in order to get him. And he is a complementary piece that you've been looking for to essentially take on the Rob Refsnyder role.
And he would be a very short-term fix.
Yes.
Now, if you look and you broaden out over the Jerry Dipoto and Justin Hollander years of the trade deadline, a Naylor is a perfect example of this. That, they would like to test drive, but it'd sure be nice if there was more in it. Luis Castillo was a longer-term, right? Some of the impact pieces they've wanted have not just been for a month or two. Suarez would be on the other side of that last year.
But it depends how much you're giving up. I mean, we've seen them do that with some relievers, right, where you're just picking them up for the last couple of months.
So with Randy being an impending free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah. Are you test driving Taylor Ward for that role? Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Is there somebody younger? Is there a contender out there that's got a young, ascending, right-handed hitting outfielder? Because that would be the one thing in your entire system. Farmelo hits left.
I guess I would just say, I would hope that you think Laz Montez has a shot at that job at some point next year.
Right,
no, I know, left-handed hitting, but a guy who has a chance to move into either your outfield or your DH. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't. Yeah. That seems to be the thing that is not really available, or those kind of significant young, but we'll see what happens over the next couple of weeks. If you're looking for just to replace the Refsnyder role, that's probably Taylor Ward. He's probably the obvious name that you would look at, and I think Buster's absolutely right to bring it up. So we'll see. 3 weeks or so, a little over 3 weeks to go before the deadline. A lot of opportunities for the Mariners between then and now. I said a little potpourri. You want to go to football or you stay with baseball, Brock?
Give me a little football, mix it up.
Pro Football Focus, Brock, your favorite. Pro Football Focus ranked their top NFL coaches. I saw it this morning. Where is Mike Macdonald on the list of Pro Football Focus NFL coaches?
Was that the list where he was 7th?
Nope.
Oh, good. Because there was some other ridiculous list I saw last week.
I didn't see this is Pro Football. This is you love Pro Football Focus.
I do.
Yeah, you do. Where does PFF have Mike Macdonald?
He better be in the top 5. He better be even in the top 3.
He's not in the top 3. He is in the top 5.
Okay.
He was number 4, according to Pro Football Focus. The top 3, Sean McVay, of course. Even though I have this theory, Brock. I've said this a couple times, but I don't know if you've heard me. I kind of feel like Mike Macdonald's like the defensive Sean McVay.
What?
Yeah, it's just my own thought.
Did that come to you up in Kelowna?
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Did it really?
Yeah.
On the lake?
Yeah, yeah. Just
you're backstroking?
I was doing the backstroke across the lake, and I just thought, man, he's kind of like the defensive McVay. Isn't that brilliant?
That is genius.
I know. Thank you.
Some of these takes you come up with.
I know. That one was
remarkable.
Very unique. McVay was number 1. Andy Reid still number 2. Is that still true?
Maybe. I mean, the hardware is pretty illustrious.
Hard to ignore.
Yeah.
And the one, and okay, fine. I don't think most Seattle fans aren't going to get upset about those two, right? I mean, those two guys have, you're right, just the history.
Mm-hmm.
Third one's Shanahan.
Yeah.
Like that one, I don't know, man. Like, and I think Kyle Shanahan's a good coach. He's clearly a brilliant offensive mind. But at some point, you got to look at it and say there's something missing there. I'm not saying that he's a bad coach. I think he's a good coach. I think he's a top 10 coach in the NFL. I honestly think he's a really good coach. Number 3,
right?
I don't think I can say that. Not after what Mike McDonald's done in the first 2 years of his career here. He's accomplished more in 2 years than Shanahan has ever accomplished. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that one. I'm not mad about it, but that doesn't make any sense.
Small world. Shanahan. Did I tell you this? Titus at the resort. There were some familiar faces, by the way. I haven't even shared some of that.
Whenever you go anywhere.
Yeah, some familiar faces out there. And Titus found some kids that were high school football players and some receivers and wanted to throw. And yeah. And so I'm out there, going through some routes and doing some stuff. And we get done. I was like, man, that one kid's pretty good, huh, Ty Carter? Like he would help us. Like he would come to Val. And he's 28 receiver and really good player from some Bay Area school in California. And then, they do what kids do, Salk. They all share Instagram handles. Of course. Yeah.
Not snaps? Don't they snap at each other?
That's a good question.
All right.
I think there's some of that.
Okay.
But, yep, so they share Instagram handles. And we get back to the house. We're eating. Ty's like, no way. I'm like, what? He's like, you know who that kid was? That Carter kid? Carter Shanahan.
Oh, funny.
That is Kyle's son, who is going to be a junior receiver. Kyle was a pretty good receiver back in his day.
Mm-hmm.
Like totally humble kid, great kid, and a really good player. Oh, by the way. So,
his dad's a good coach, but I don't think I could put him ahead of Mike McDonald. Not right now. That doesn't feel. And a really good. Again, I don't mean to insult Kyle Shanahan. I do think he's a good coach, even though he's the coach of the the biggest rival. I think he's a good coach.
I think Coach K would say the same thing. KJ Wright would say this dude's really, really good.
He is.
I've learned a lot.
I'm sure he has. But you can't. I mean, just look at what Mike McDonald's done in 2 years. Between the in-game coaching, the coaching of the defense, and what he's done scheme-wise, what he's done with the whole building and the culture, and then the fact that he's already won a Super Bowl. I don't know.
And beat the brakes off of him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly. Especially
in their place and in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. 206 weighing in. It's really not a vacation resort unless you find other famous kids to throw the football with. That's
probably true.
What other famous faces did you see there?
Oh, I saw your buddy Clay Travis.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, Clay Travis was there. Some of the kids didn't know him. Dylan and them didn't know him. I said,
that's sad.
Yep. He's a professional pot stirrer.
That's for sure.
But his wife.
That's one word for it.
But Salk, let me just tell you something. Macy came back and was like, his wife,
God,
unbelievably impressive.
Dude, you're like White Lotus. This is unbelievable. All right, so we've got the Shanahans, we've got the Travises. Anybody else?
I can't share some of the others.
Why?
I signed some non-disclosures.
Andy Van Slyke down there?
signed some non-disclosures.
Did you see Andy Van Slyke this time?
Not on this trip.
Everybody else was at the Swift-Kelsey wedding.
That's true. Yeah, this is where the Swift-Kelsey rejects had to go.
You know what, Molly said this, right? Can you imagine the private jet array flying into that wedding?
Yeah.
They always show that at Augusta, but can you imagine that kind of show coming into?
Well, and then I'm sure there's a spot for private jets in New York. I don't know where they all land, and then you probably have to helicopter into the city or something. I don't know how all that works. All right.
So he was fourth. He was right behind
4.
Shanahan. Okay, first defensive coach.
Here are the umpires that have accepted buyouts
I saw this.
and will retire at the end of the season. You said familiar faces and names. You'll recognize a few of these. Let's see. You may not know Marvin Hudson or Andy Fletcher. Neither of those are particularly big names, but the rest of the names are all familiar. So there are 91 umpires in baseball, okay? And they're ranked 1 through 91 according to Umpire Audit, which is, a pretty reputable, does a reputable job with this. Here are a few that are retiring, that have accepted buyouts. Tony Randazzo. Isn't he the guy who does the punch thing, right? Isn't that Tony Randazzo?
I think he's the stabber. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Tony Randazzo, who was not called a single game this year. I don't know. Maybe he's sick or I don't know. Tony Randazzo's out. Okay. He's done. Lance Barksdale, who has been around a long time, ranked 70th out of 91 umpires. Brian O'Nora, been around for a while, ranked 85th amongst umpires, is going to take the buyout. Laz Diaz, another name that's been around for a while. He is ranked 83rd out of 91. And perhaps I've buried the lead. C.B. Buckner. 91st out of 91 umpires, unsurprisingly. C.B. Buckner.
So the
will be
replay
done
system,
at the end of this year.
Replay system was maybe the final impetus.
It does kind of feel that way, doesn't
Blast
it?
of inertia.
Yeah. I mean, to eliminate those guys, Laz Diaz is bad. Brian O'Nore's bad. Barksdale's not great. CB Buckner. I mean, and you've already taken out Angel Hernandez. So, like,
he was the last shoe to drop.
Right.
First
I mean,
drop last year.
you've now really taken out the worst of the worst umpires. That's a huge deal for Major League Baseball.
You think that, honestly, you think that rating is based on the
No.
scorecards they get on a nightly basis?
Yes.
Not on just the...
You've seen that, right? The umpire scorecard deal that they have on Twitter. Yeah, that's who this was.
Yep. So that's how that's based, and not necessarily. But I would imagine that, this just brings to light the optics of it, and this replay system just kind of brings to light that as you get older, and many of those guys are older, and CB's been around forever, it gets harder. It's harder. We used to talk about this in college football, especially when they went up tempo and no huddle, and like how you got to go. Like this is a young man's game. Like you got to keep up with them as well. And probably not terribly surprised that those guys took the buyout.
All right. You want to hear about a disaster, Brock?
A disaster?
Yeah. It would be the Seattle Kraken's offseason.
Oh.
What an absolute mess.
I thought they had a good draft. I thought the kid they got...
Yeah, they're excited about the kid. Kid
was
will be good.
projected to go and could have gone
higher.
Yeah.
And so, that part was good.
That was the highlight, right?
That's really the only one. That and the fact that Jamie Alexiak is no longer here. We can all breathe. There's a great guy, I think it's Jay Fresh, I think is his name on Twitter, who puts up these. He's like a real in-depth stats-based hockey guy.
Okay.
And so he'll put up these similar to like Fangraphs or Savant graphs on with each player that gets moved, but he'll always put like a 1 or 2 sentence description of them. His description of Jamie Alexiak is a very tall defenseman.
Uh-oh.
It was essentially the end of it. So Alexiak being gone, I think, is probably the best news here of the offseason.
Brock's guys also.
I know.
Your guy Jaden Schwartz off to Colorado. So
3-year deal.
Maybe you get to hang out with him a little bit more.
Will.
So, all right. So that's one of their 11 middle six forwards who's gone. I think Ellie Tolvin will be gone. And now Shane Wright apparently has asked for a trade, and they've said, sure, we'll trade you, which I thought they'd been trying to do for a while. So that'll be 3 that are gone. In the meantime, they've brought in no one, basically. They brought in one guy. He's tall, 6'9", and he can fight, and he's got a little pop to him. But he's not like good. He's just sort of been passed around. And they brought in, kind of a second, third line guy with some upside and Sam Miscavige. But it's been an absolute disaster. The best players don't want to play here. They said they were going to go big after big name players, and they have tried once, failed, and apparently have not tried again since. They just haven't done anything.
Have you seen a bunch of other transactions where you're like, wow, that would have been nice? And do they just simply, unlike the Mariners at the start of this conversation, not have the dance partners to get this done?
Well, I think what I would say is it started before this offseason. This offseason, there haven't been too many other options other than Richardson. But part of that is because they didn't go hard enough after Marner. They didn't go after some of the other names that they've had, in the past. They could have had Trevor Zegras. Like, there's all these other guys they could have gone after that they didn't. And now you find yourself in a spot where there aren't that many left, and a lot of the guys that are out there don't want to come here because they don't see a plan to win. And that is not a good spot to be in. That is not so yeah, you said their draft was good. It better be. And then they better do a better job of developing that talent, which is what came back on the audit, that they weren't that great at the development side of it. Because if you don't, then that's a wasted draft pick too.
I don't think you needed an audit to tell you that.
No kidding. So I
feel kind of stuck, which is not a place you ever really want to.
It's pretty frustrating. As a hockey fan and a Kraken fan, I am frustrated. I am and talking.
And as a dad that's shooting 250 pucks a night in the basement,
I'm not doing that.
Salk, yes.
I'm not shooting 250.
Aren't you setting it up? Aren't you setting it up?
I am helping to set up the pucks.
Each time?
Yeah.
Put it down.
Yeah, some one-timers. Yeah, I'm flipping one-timers to Cecily. In any event, that's bad. This has been a really, really bad offseason. So the only other story I had for you
Do
here
you wear
is...
any gear when you do that? You have to wear
No,
like a mask or a cup or anything?
No, not for that.
No errant shots coming at you?
There was one that came off the pipe pretty hard. We got a net in the basement, and it's a full-size net. It came off the pipe pretty hard.
Yeah.
But no, other than that. I mean, I have to be wary of Cecily punching me at any point. That's always a distinct concern.
But a puck could come back and, get you in the orbital bone or something like that?
No, not
okay.
really.
All right.
No, I don't think so. She's a pretty good shot.
250 shots a night.
That's
She's going to start getting more velo. That thing's going to hit the pipe a little harder. Better be
Don't
careful.
scare me. I'm much more worried about the drywall, which is having a moment from when the net was not as tight as it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, that's
Is
about
that
what
it for potpourri?
Yeah, well, I could rant and rave about the PKs and soccer again. 40%. I don't know how you miss 40% of the penalty kick. It's absurd.
Yeah.
How do you just miss the net on 40%?
Honestly, it's just the pressure of that moment. It just you do see it. It's soccer.
But then they're trying to be too fine with it. Like
They
the
are.
guy's gonna
Absolutely.
You've got to at least give yourself an opportunity to hit
Absolutely.
the net. Like the guy could. There's a decent chance the guy's gonna dive the other way, and then you're gonna miss the net.
So
think about how ridiculous that is.
How many knockout games did I hear you every single day come on the air during the hockey season and be like, they can't even score?
Well, at least there's a goalie that has a good chance of making a save there. Like, most of those aren't because they missed the net. It's because the goalie made a save. I watched the knockout or the penalty kicks. 4 just flat out missed the net. I'm not including the 2 the goalie saved.
But you always base things off of 5 minutes that you
I'm
watch.
not
I
going
looked
to
up
watch
the stats.
more soccer
they make
than that, Maura.
75% of the penalty
Maura,
kicks.
I'm not going to watch more soccer than that.
Okay, well, you happen to watch one where they missed a lot.
Maura, I'm not going to watch more, as far as
I'm
I know.
not asking you
and
to.
thankfully, Fox doesn't show any
I'm just
stats
asking you
during
not
these
to
games.
judge the entire sport off of the 3
I'm
minutes
definitely
that you
going
watched.
to do that. I'm not going to watch more than that. So that's what I've got. 40% miss
Michael,
the net.
You told
Horrific.
our audience, you told our wonderful audience out there, and by the way, it's great to be back. I feel the love out there. I feel the people.
Yes.
So it's great to get connected back after a whole week off for you and me. You told the audience that if there's nothing else on, all right, if there's no competing interest.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
When?
You said that a couple weeks ago.
No.
Yes, you
If
did.
there was nothing else on, I'd
Maura,
watch.
That's exactly what you said.
All I know is in our text thread last night, he said he'd rather watch his TV with nothing
That's
on,
what I was
with
doing
no
last
power.
night. That's what I had
There's
last night.
no
on.
Mariner game. The boys
Just
are
looking in the
traveling.
mirror.
Wimbledon?
The boys are traveling to
Wimbledon. I
Florida.
watched some Wimbledon this weekend.
The boys are traveling to
I'll
Florida.
watch some
There's going to
Wimbledon
be
tonight.
nothing else. Nope, Wimbledon's done by the time it gets to tonight.
It is? There's
yes.
not replay? I'm sure.
It's on
no.
right now.
No, Salk.
So
It's
I have
across-
to watch this?
It's across the pond. Yes, you have to watch this.
I'm not going to do that.
Yes, for our show's
Nope.
sake, you have to watch it.
There's no chance.
Like what's that movie?
My
Agent
family would
Orange?
revolt. My family has no interest in
Where
this.
they staple the eyes open. What was that movie?
Clockwork Orange?
Yes, that's what you're going to be tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Straps.
that's probably not
Strap you in the seat.
Yeah.
Staple your eyes open, and you're going to watch. Because what did Rinaldi said?
something about 10 and
Played
12.
with 10, but tonight they win with 12.
Game starts at what time?
5.
5? I thought it was 7. Oh, so I can't go to sleep.
5.
Damn it. There's got to be some way I can avoid this.
They played with 10.
I can't wait to come in and talk about it
Tonight
tomorrow.
they win with
Everyone's
12.
everyone's so excited to hear what I have to say about it.
And you get to watch
You know
the
what?
Iberian Peninsula beforehand.
I can't wait to see who wins the Iberian
Great.
battle.
Great.
So you
Bumpus
got-
is pissed at you, by the way. I
Huh?
think it's mad. Bump's mad at you.
Oh, I don't care. It's fine. He can
He's
join
in the barn.
He can
Love you
join the
guys.
club. See you
Go
tomorrow at
America.
6. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Stick around for Bumpin' Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game,
when I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
dayandnight.net. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Summer is the time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your abs or tan. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your very own hair the very next day, and they guarantee your new hair will grow. They are the team that addressed my hair loss, and I recommend them to everyone. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar. Advanced Hair's summer sales event is on for a limited time. So get the details and schedule your free consultation today. 425-449-8185. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and make the call now while their summer savings event is still on. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Hey there, Dawn Riley with Olympic Hot Tub. Make this the summer you start to relax and feel better right in your own home. During our All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event, enjoy liberating savings on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna with up to 3 years to pay for it interest-free. A soak or swim under the stars, a sauna after a long day. Celebrate feeling better today. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub. For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Summer's supposed to be fun. When the kids are home all day, the groceries, they add up fast. G. Scott here with a quick heads up from Safeway. There's a program called Sunbucks that gives qualifying families $120 per child for summer groceries. Some families are signed up automatically and will get a card in the mail. Others need to apply. Take a minute to check. It could really help put food on the table for your family. Head to freesummermeals.org to find out more.